Hello everyone and welcome to Old World. We're live once more with another tournament match in the Old World 2026 Community Tournament. And this time in round 2, we have Wild Rook versus Juljette. They are playing on what looks to be a continent map, right? Yep, continent map, dual wide point symmetry. We have two tacticians. Babylonian tactician with the engineer trait for Wild Rook. And then we have our tactician on Rome as well. So two tacticians against each other. And there's going to be a slight advantage there for the Babylonian one because that one is actually a slinger. And let me just let our friends on Discord know that we're live. And we're good to go. If you're watching after the fact on YouTube, thanks for being here. Give us a like, subscribe, leave a comment. Anything to feed the algorithm gods. And also, if you're enjoying Old World and you play Old World and you've never left a review, please do us all a favor and go ahead and do that as well. It goes a long way to help support the game. A lot more than you might think. A lot more than you might think. Okay. So, Babylon versus Rome. Feels like a classic matchup starting to form in this tournament. I think Babylon and Rome are both common picks. Persia is another common pick. Hittites is proving to be another common pick. We'll see if Babylon can get themselves another win. Or if the Romans... Ooh, look at this from Wild Rook. Jumping right past the free site and going for this cleared site in the north. Interesting. The capital is a very interesting peninsula bay area. With 2 nets. Fish and crabs. Barley, cattle, so lots of growth, but not a lot of terrain to work with in terms of urban improvements. Be curious to see if the Babylonian player settles traders up here, or if they just decide to try and expand along this coast and bring all of these pearls into the capital. That's always a fun little trick you can do. That will get all of these pearls buffed by the capital's fare. A trick you can do to expedite that is settle this traders anyway, and then trade the resources back to the capital. So, yeah, fun things you can do. And by trade, I mean tile swap. You don't want to do that with a different family type, though, because you take lots of opinion damage. But if you settle the same type of family, you could decide to just shuffle most of the resources from one city into another city, and that can be efficient sometimes because, the way modifiers and governors and stuff work. Champions coming up next. So we have a landowners. Really like this. I think we saw this exact same situation in a different game. Maybe not with Babylon, but Rome landowners on a moderately decent traders opening. So really like I believe it was Juljette. So really like their reliance on the flexibility of landowners here. Thank you so much. Welcome. And they're going right into Champ's Neck. And they did the same thing as Wild Rook, skipping the free site and headed north. Or, in their case, south. Hello, Fluffy Bunny. Welcome to the chat. Hello, everybody else. Welcome to the chat. Thanks for tuning in. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everybody, wherever you are in the world at the moment. Or if you're from the future, hello. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for checking out the content. Look at these central sites. This is going to be a boon for Babylon. 4 crabs. Are you kidding me? 4 crabs, a die, and a fish. Jesus. A monk, a marble. This is insane. And this is going to be on both sides of the map. Wild. And then a nice open terrain for our players to battle over. This is a neat map. Oh man, I'm loving the maps this season. We're just getting the best generations. Question from the chat asking how are the languages different? One of our players is Russian. That's how. So for some reason we're seeing the Russian names on the map itself. Mohawk did change it so I don't see everything in Russian. So I'm looking at the Russian perspective now. But I think this has always been the case where, for whatever reason, the landmarks themselves remain in Russian. So, I think if I were to guess, it's technically because they probably don't have the auto name option on. So I think that on a technicality, they're naming these landmarks. In which case, that would probably respect the language that they're in, but I don't know if they would do it with the auto type either. But yeah. And it didn't happen with this one because this one's with the landmarks you settled don't get counted as discovering them. I don't know if anybody ever noticed that before, but yeah, if any landmarks are in sight of your capital, you actually don't get any legitimacy from them. I believe. Or at least you don't get the "we discovered it" legitimacy. They're already named. So that's a neat quirk. Hunters up north. Is this a good hunter's location? Doesn't really matter, because bringing in hunters is good anyway. I mean, camp out here and iron, so sure. Also getting a slinger next, which makes sense. What the hell is that? Okay. Yeah, so military next, slinger, that makes sense, especially when you're up against Rome. Rome is going to start pouring military units into the map pretty easily. So, smart to probably get yourself, especially since we settled traders, smart to probably get yourself an early sentinel slinger, just in case Rome wants to get spicy. This is a smaller map. The continent maps are one of the smaller arenas. In the tournament. I think technically, this actually looks like one of the smallest maps I think I've ever seen so far. But I think technically speaking, the donut map is consistently smaller even than continents. So I think the donut is the smallest script we have, and then the continent is the second smallest, I believe. Getting a Shrine of Naboo up and running. That's nice. Nice early shrine. Also going to be a nice little science boost, which is always great for Babylon. What's happening in Rome? Also getting a shrine in Rome. Cool. So both players open divination, and we're getting the growth shrine in Rome, which is quite nice. It's also going to buff this pasture, too. So very similar placement on those shrines. Just to tile off. Another settler coming out for the Babylonians. Now would be a good time to claim this free site. I think if it were me... Well, no, actually, this is good sages. I was going to say put artisans here, but since we didn't bring in sages, it's kind of hard to pass up sages. Although I wouldn't fault them if they decided to go for artisans. But sages is pretty hard to pass up. And this is a decent spot for them. They've got nice growth. It is the Babylonians' turn now, yeah, so we'll see if they go for the forced march. I would like to see that. Let's see a forced march. Wild Rook. Nope. Can't do it now. All right. Interesting. I really, really like forced marching to get my city out immediately. You know, I'm always uncertain as to whether that is the most efficient thing to do. Because maybe, you know, making sure you can move your units to the next camp and stuff like that and kind of having a more balanced turn does actually make sense. But I can't help but shake the whole turn advantage aspect of this genre of games where it's like, it feels like if I can just get this city started one turn sooner, then the cascading momentum of that decision across the entire game just grows greater and greater. Whoa, we have a Roman tactician deciding to see what's on going on the other side of the map. Juljette did this in the previous game, and it did not work out for them. So we'll see. I think both players are already aware of each other, that they're both tacticians. So this could be interesting. Of course, fighting in the woods would be a net advantage for the warrior. Another great reason we see a slinger coming out. If Wild Rook happened to catch the Juljette match, they'd be aware of their penchant for potentially coming to bug their neighbor. So, like to see that. Why are we behind a settler here? Oh, that's fine. Yeah, we got the... I do this all the time. We got the farmer first. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. I do that all the time. Yeah, Fluffy, I think, calls that out correctly. If you build a couple urban tiles this way, you'll get your urban out here from the cap, and you can build a little bit of an urban complex all the way over here, which is a nice, neat little trick. Or if you're really not feeling husbandry early, you could build it. You could build this shrine, expand it, plop a shrine right there as well, and then make this your whole urban area. Nothing wrong with bulldozing resources if they're in your way, especially if it's a resource that you don't think you're going to utilize all that much. Husbandry could play a factor in this game. There are 2 horses on the map, but also depending on the player, the situation, and the game, we have seen husbandry get delayed for quite some time. The Babylonians have eyes on Rome, do they? Oh yeah, look at that. How ominous is this? How ominous is this if you're Babylon? But I think Rome's making the correct decision here and going for a camp. Hard to say if I would consider this Babylon central site or Rome central site, but I guess if it's in the center, it's neither of their central sites, right? So, I think this will be a great grab for Rome. So much so that I would advance this other warrior to make sure I secure. Because if Rome can get both of these sites, that'll be huge. Simply for the fact that you'll be denying it from traders. And these are 2 fantastic landowners locations. All of these fish would come up online so quickly with the landowners grab here. And that would just be so much food with for so little investment that you can spend your worker turns really bringing your iron and stone economy online, specifically iron since we're Rome. So really, I think if you secure these 2 sites, and we have landowners back here, we have landowners here, and landowners here, you can just get all your food from build queues, right? You could just build a few workers, and then the worker spam that would come from this location, right? Or even malicious spam if you want to be troll. Yeah, I think there's lots of flexibility here. And if Rome secures both of these sites, that's going to be a big deal, I think. Crabtastic. Yep. And the crab is probably my favorite resource in the game because if you really look at it, they're just dancing. It's a little bit of a crab rave. And it's a lot of fun. Dancing crabs. There are, I think I counted 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 12. There's 12 sites on this map. Yep, so it's going to be a tight map. And I think this is a good map to talk about the different advantages of trying to expand as quickly as possible versus kind of pace yourself. Because, we've seen a few lush desert maps that are quite large. And I think those maps can be a bit of a mistake to try and expand as rapidly and quickly as possible because I just don't think you can outpace the growth of tribal camps that will inevitably raid you. So I think you get yourself into a gross early to mid game slog of dealing with way too many tribal units. So it can feel better for me. It can feel more comfortable to play a bit tighter on those maps and try and really pace yourself with expansion. Conversely, when you have a small map like this, right, I think it is in Rome's best interest to Rex and expand as quickly as possible, because the more sites you gobble up in this particular type of arena, in the smaller arenas, the more you are denying from your opponent. And you don't really get that same impact on the larger arenas where even if you don't expand to certain city sites, your opponent will like never gain those same sites, right? So it's not like you're trading a location where from you, excuse me, from you not expanding, it means it goes to your opponent. So some maps have different dynamics when it comes to different expansion patterns, and then also the number of cities you even need in the first place. So it'll be interesting to see how tense this gets for our Babylonian player, because I think the Romans are going to pressure quite nicely. They're clearing 2 camps at once. Very difficult to do most of the time. If anyone can do it, it would be a Roman tactician. Assyria would also work. Tacticians in general would work, but anybody champions. Because you got the militia. I like the splitting of the militia and the warrior. The militia and warrior going north to clear a camp, and the tactician obviously can solo clear. Very, very difficult to pull off, though. Very order intensive and can easily backfire. But nice to see that Juljette has a handle on this, actually, because they struggled quite a bit in their first game on clearing. So this is a drastic improvement, to be honest, on clear tempo and pacing from this player in the span of one single game. The first half of their game where they played Rome in their previous matchup was riddled with issues involving clearing camps and their clear tempo and their settle timing. This game, however, man, they're actually clearing 2 camps at once, and I think they'll be successful. You know, they have, I mean, these are the melee units, unfortunately, but they have plenty of forest in here to protect themselves from the camp itself, and then this unit's going to go down in one hit here. So what I would do is I would move myself to this tile, kill the warrior, kill the marauder, and I'd actually move my militia maybe up here. Attack this guy. That way, this marauder stays focused on the militia, and then this guy can just focus on clearing the camp. And that would be quite nice. That'd be quite nice for Rome. Yeah, remarkable difference in clearing tempo. We have another warrior coming out, which is great news. Another settler coming out, which is great news. Really want to see... Oh, and we're doing the urban expansion as discussed by Fluffy from the Romans here. Gonna expand this urban complex down here. Oh, wow, look at that, huh? What decision? Are we out of orders? Oh, he just stayed in place. So this still achieves the same effect. This still achieves the same effect. Killed the marauder and using the other militia to tank out, because I'm like 95% sure that this marauder will not aggro this warrior since it has something to attack nearby immediately. So same effect there. Really nice display from Juljette. Drastic. I don't think I'll be able to shut up about this for the next like half hour, because this is a remarkable improvement on clearing tempo. Anybody who saw her first game would have seen her struggling to clear camp. Of course, they kind of killed their early tempo by accidentally crossing the map and trying to clear their opponent's site. So that was less than ideal. But, yeah, great improvement here. Great improvement here. Babylon will take the lead in terms of overall settling pacing, but that should not matter too much if Rome really clears these camps with another warrior on the way from the champion's output, because that she'll very easily be able to settle this site, and then can mutually pressure this camp against Babylon. So I think Rome's going to take half the map here. And they can always come down and clear this site at their own convenience. Another thing that's fun about landowners is that you could buy your way down this coast and put all of these pearls into the capital if you want. And that would be a great way to culture rush. Because getting the fishers up in these pearls would be pretty painless for a landowner city. Love the flexibility. Can't stress enough. Yeah, wow, this is great. This is great clearing. This will be cleared in 2 more. So in turn 15, the Romans will have cleared 3 sites. It's not bad at all. Fluffy said they want to see Rome forced march and stun the settler. That could be fun. I mean, you would be in the woods against some slingers, so I feel like you'd be safe. That could be funny. And how much damage? I think that would be a decent chunk of damage, too. But unfortunately, Rome does not have eyes on Babylon much longer anymore, so I doubt that's going to happen. But yeah, that would be a fun level of aggression that you can achieve on these maps. You really need to be mindful of where you're placing your settlers. This was forced marched into this position, and I think the safer decision for Babylon would be to walk it normally, you know, do its normal fatigue into a further back position, and then on the next turn, force march it directly into a settle. You don't want to force march it to nearby. You want to force march it into a settle for the precise reason of potentially getting threatened by a unit. We would only do 8 damage. But yeah, it's possible by being in these woods and having Babylon only with having slingers that even if you decided you were going to lose this warrior, you could probably kill the settler in the meantime. And I think I would 100% make that trade. I think I would trade a warrior for a settler. Especially as Rome with Champ's output. Yeah, why not? 100%. That could be a fun play. Good eyes, Fluffy. What is my favorite ruler for Rome landowners start? Interesting question. Is there a reason to culture rush in this game? We'll deal with that question first, because I'm not sure about the answer to the first question. Wonders in the game. Pyramids, Hanging Gardens, both good grabs. Lighthouse would be a great grab for Rome, because that would equalize the trader's advantage for them. That would effectively make all of their cities and all of their landowner cities that I'm imagining they're going to place on all of these crab sites effectively trader cities, which would just be brutal for Babylon to deal with. Apadana is good. Mausoleum is in the game. Colossus and Chthon are in the game. Both of those could come into play quite nicely. And for the legendaries, we have Chittagar, Hagia Sophia, Circus Maximus. So no capstones that we rush towards usually. But Mausoleum, Acropolis, Colossus, Chthon, even Monumental Buddhist could be interesting. Yeah, what would I pick? What is my favorite ruler for... Well, first of all, I don't play a lot of Rome, so that's my first issue with the question, is I really don't play a lot of Rome. Landowners... You know, honestly, for Roman landowners, I would say a military archetype. So either tactician, zealot, hero went before the zealot stole all of their thunder in the early game with their healing mechanic. But I would have absolutely, I think I like Roman heroes back when they were a thing. And the reason for that is, or maybe that's overkill, right? Because you do have champions and stuff. But basically my thinking on that is, one of the things that makes landowners good in my mind is their ability to rapidly expand. Right? Everywhere you settle them, even if there's no connection, they're similar to riders, where because of that 2 base growth, even if you settle them in a location that's not connected to the capital, they're still going to produce quick settlers and workers. So I think that synergizes quite nicely with expanding very rapidly. So the fact that we're using Oh, I want to call something out here. We're hanging the tactician back and scouting with the scout. I think this is a great opportunity to... I think players should get more in the habit of guard, if you're going to guard a site and not leave it open, which In an arena this small does make sense. I think players should get in the habit of guarding sites with scouts. That way you can move your ruler back here, start healing up, and or pressure if you want to pressure. Yeah, so because in my personal opinion, I think anytime you're spending a unit guarding a site is a waste of a unit in the early game. So I'd rather have the scout, especially since we already have some good vision and whatnot. I'd rather have the scout hang out here, and then get the warrior healed up, be able to use it. Oh, that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. Our militia died, and it looks like the melee unit respawned the camp, is my guess. But that's okay. Well, actually, honestly, this isn't even that bad. You're going to take a hit here. The marauder will come down here. We can kill that, and then we can clear. And what we're actually going to do is we're going to get another 50 resource bonus. So that's actually not the end of the world for the Romans. A little bit of time, a little bit of tempo, couple of orders or whatever, but you know, maybe they get another burst of 50 metal or stone or something else. So that's kind of okay, and they get the experience. So could be worse. They're not going to get pushed off of clearing this site, because one whack on this marauder and that'll take them out. That's okay though. Not a big issue at all. They're already up in terms of clear tempo. Not settling, but clear tempo favors them at the moment, so. And we have another warrior coming up. Oh, and we're going to go straight for the kill. Great. That's a dead guy. Yeah, this will be clear next turn. So really, honestly, we don't even have a settler for this site yet, so we don't lose much at all. If anything, we just got some extra resources. This is insane. This is super insane. Juljette, when you rewatch this, I just want to say be careful. Because you know your opponent is the tactician. And you know they're Babylon, which means their units are slingers. So for all we know, especially since we can see that Babylon has already cleared these 2 forward sites, right? For all we know, there could be a tactician floating around in these woods looking to hunt something. Still a pretty dangerous proposition to come tango with Rome early if you're Babylon, but I wouldn't risk this. I wouldn't have a slinger wide out in the open like that. That could get stunned and killed. Especially because the only way to protect it is to put a warrior out in the open. And our nearest one is half health, and the other 2 can get stunned. So yeah, this is a very risky play. Juljette's not going to get punished for it, which is great news for her, but just something to think about. Although I sometimes think I play overly cautious around tacticians. But, you know, that's one of the advantages of the tactician as an opening archetype. Sometimes your opponent, you know, just from existing on the map, your opponent can play less efficient because they're overthinking the threat level of the tactician. But yeah, I definitely think this is bold. Tacticians cannot stun tacticians because rulers cannot be stunned, disarmed, or a whole bunch of other stuff. Ooh, looking dicey here. I think we'll be okay. Oh, yeah, we'll be okay. There's a river there. There's a river there. So they're great. Cool. Settler coming up 5 turns. So we'll have 5 sites to at least 6, but I'm really going to assume that Rome's going to get this Numidian site up here. We'll have to keep an eye on that. We have lots of different stuff set up for... Damn it! What is it with people with the whole frontlining of champions thing? You don't need to do it. Oh, man. All right, well, we have champions here, so great. Cool. Good for them. We haven't brought in a 3rd family yet, either. But here we are. I mean, I guess it's really fast units, so, I mean, if you can go in for a kill. I'd build another warrior then. I wouldn't even bother with the worker. We have a worker coming out here. What I would do is I'd build a warrior here. Then when this worker's finished, I would take this worker south and start improving all of these crabs. And then I would have this city build workers for both of these cities. While, in the meantime, while we're waiting for that setup to happen, all these guys are just spamming warriors. At least it does have horses. Yeah, that's a good point. Horses in the champ seat as well. But really, I don't know. I just don't like champion cities outside of the seat. Everyone says, oh, they're tanky, but I don't want my cities getting attacked anyway, so that's not a benefit that I really value all that much. Sometimes it can come in clutch, admittedly, sure, yeah, but generally speaking, I just want to be winning the battle in the field in the first place such that I'm not even relying on the champion bonus. I don't really like champion cities. Their seat is arguably one of the best seats for dueling and or in the game, but the rest of their cities are... I would be very content to build one champion city in an empire and then never build another champ city ever again if I could get away with it, politically anyway. On a map this small, you could. You could literally single family champs, and then how many sites are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you could do 3 and 3 landowners and statesmen. That seems like a great combo because your 3 landowners would be 1, 2, 3 ultra growth cities, and then you'd have your isn't there marble? Oh, I guess there's marble in these spots. So statesmen in this spot would also be decent, I suppose. But then you'd have 1, 2, 3 statesmen and a little bit of a core type situation doing statesman things. So that's probably how I would run this map as Rome. If we assume we're going to take the Numidian site, I would have 3 landowners, 3 statesmen, and only 1 champion city, because I don't really give a shit about champion cities. Fair. When you are on the defense, it is better to position yourself behind the city. So yeah, it's a weird give and take. It's one of those... This game is so nuanced, where it's like there's an exception to every statement any one of us would ever make. Anybody who gives strategy advice about anything, there's an exception to any tip that comes out of our mouth. So keep that in mind when we're talking about the things we would or wouldn't do, is that there's always a if, or a but, or a maybe attached to everything that we say. And that's so true. Getting a garrison up early like that for the order economy. Like that for the order economy. Nice early garrison. Order boost coming up soon. Border boost, sorry, I think I said order. It looks like the settler, if we go for this site, I think the settler would be out in time for the border. Honestly, we could make it over here. We're Rome, never mind. We have all the fatigue in the world. We can make it out here in time. So we have our pick of which area, which region we want a border boost, which is neat. Let's see what Babylon's up to. Babylon has cleared that other site. They're going to kill their final barbarian. They have a slinger hidden in the forest. So this is exactly what I was talking about being down here with the settler. You don't know where your slingers, your enemy slingers, are going to be hidden. Another slinger coming out in Hunters. So we have 2 border hunter cities, which, I mean, that's something you want to do. Basically, the thing is ironically, I actually think Hunters is the better defensive city than Champions, because this is going to build your units that are going to come up with Sentinel. And then technically, since all units get a friendly territory bonus as well, what's going to happen is, in addition to the 20% Sentinel boost, you're also going to get 10% from the family territory. Then, look at this. Then if you're politically savvy with the nation, you're going to get another, or the family, you're going to get another 10%. So a Sentinel Slinger in its territory with good politics is plus 40% strength. So you combine all that together, and I actually think the Sentinel, the Hunter family, that's way better at being defensively oriented than Champions. I actually think Champions is good for offense because of that unit production, that ability to keep hammering down the opponent with good supply lines and fresh troops. But if you're trying to turtle up for defense, Hunter's all the way, man. I don't even care about this the city bonus for champs. It's like, I'm just going to murder everything that sets foot in my territory if I'm Hunters, and that's what I want to do. Yeah, garrison's probably better further along the coast. You get a better barracks complex out here, because you could put the garrison here, then your 2 barracks, then your stronghold, and you're still, you know, got plenty of room to do other stuff. I wouldn't be surprised if we see something like... I mean, I guess either way it's going to be a little not perfect. But honestly, I don't sweat myself over these adjacency nonsense. I think the garrison complex is probably the one that you want to maximize the most often. But even this is going to be fine because you'll get a garrison... I'm sorry, a barracks to barracks, and you're still buffing this by 1. So really, by doing this wonky, you're only really missing out on 0.1 order. So it's not the end of the world. All right, so we're bringing in another landowner. So we haven't settled our 3rd family yet, right? Yeah, no, interesting, interesting. I assume we're going to bring in statesmen. But we'll have to see. Nearly 20 of you in the chat. Thanks for tuning in, and thanks for chatting with us. Nice to see an active chat today. Appreciate you guys all hanging out. Of course, if you're watching after the fact on YouTube, in case you're not aware, it takes some time. It takes like 12 hours to a day for the YouTube to catch up. But you can actually check out the chat. The little button or a tab or a thing you can slide over where you can follow along the chat, even if you weren't watching live. And that's always fun to do. That's what actually the one reason why I like to go back and watch my own games, is because I like to see the way people were chatting about the game. And it's fun. Yeah, that's just really fun. It enhances the whole experience of viewing the game. No law yet on Babylon, but we can now access... Actually, we've been able to access for a while exploration. I think one of the things that makes Babylon a fantastic pick for these ocean-style maps is the fact that they can open with exploration right quick, which will allow you to explore the map easily without the threat of your opponent. You can just kind of come along these coasts, and I've talked about it enough, but fish is a very reliable science event. So getting out into the ocean and harvesting a fish event at some point early on will give you a nice, decent boost. I think even at this stage in the game, it will be something like 80 science, which is not insignificant. It will scale if you harvest it later in the game. It can jump up to something like 120 science or something like that. But yeah, a very nice boost on top of an already science-heavy strategy for Babylon is if you get that early exploration and you see some nearby fish. There's 2 here. You know, make a little deviation and see if you can harvest them and you get lucky. But then most importantly, make sure you remember that you harvested the fish if you got the event. Because I'm pretty sure I spent like 30 turns going back between 2 fish one time, harvesting them constantly to try and get the event. And either I A, didn't get the event, or B, got the event and then forgot I got the event. So I was just wasting orders for no reason. Yeah. But it is pretty reliable. It feels more reliable than some other harvest events. Yeah, lots of culture in the ocean. This would be great for traders. My preference. Oh, yeah, and actually, we're seeing Babylon extend their barracks complexes up north. So we'll probably see a barracks garrison. There's actually, what's fun about borders like this, one thing I like to do, speaking of barracks complexes, this is pretty early in the game, right? One thing that you can do that's really fun if you can pull it off, and you should not just to be clear before I talk about this, you should not over-invest in attempting to doing this, because it's one of those things where it's like, if it takes you 40 turns to set this up, then don't do it. It's a waste of time, because obviously we want our barracks built on turn, 20, right? But if you have pretty easy, quick borders like this adjacency, what you could do here, right, is something like this. Build a garrison here, build a barracks here, then build a barracks here, and then build a garrison here, right, for this city. And what that means is you actually have the full garrison barracks diamond that you would get from like the kind of stronghold thing, and you have 2 barracks to spare, right? Which means if you do another barracks and another barracks, you've actually increased order efficiency across all of this stuff. Because then once you have your barracks here, right, and you get your time for a stronghold, you're getting a stronghold down with 3 barracks adjacencies. So it's almost as if you had the barracks plus range complex that you get in one city. And you can do that fun shenanigans when you have close borders like this, and it's really cool to pull off. But again, don't break the game trying to make that happen, because if it takes you half the game to set that up, then it's not worth it. But if you have really easy borders like this city has right now, this could have been a garrison, and we could have been building barracks next. And yes, would probably, and actually that's a good example. To pull this off, we would be delaying a garrison over here, right? So yeah, something to think about though. Really, really cool to pull stuff like that off. Nice to see the shrine coming up here, because we want to get our way towards this iron. And of course, getting this horse in will be nice as well. Yeah, the Kushite pyramid and polytheism is a more obvious thing of doing that. I think everybody has that in their mind when it comes to Kush, but I don't think people realize that they could do the same thing with the barracks complexes, and it's quite nice, especially if you're able to get like a border far out, right? Like we're building garrison over here, right? But if you want to get really cheeky, you could settle this landowners, buy some tiles to this urban, and then start building your capital barracks complex all the way over here. And so that means all units you build in Rome are actually going to come out technically in this city, and they'll be that much closer to wherever the heck they're going. You probably don't need to do that on something like a coastal map like this, because you get the coastal movement, but maybe like a coastal rain basin, which is mostly land map. Yeah, doing some of that forward tile building stuff can be a lot of fun. Can be a lot of fun. Border boost coming out for Rome next turn. Babylonian husband is angry, is he? Oh yes, let's take a look. Vengeful and plotting. So we've had some unlucky events. That's okay though. Although he is a schemer, so I suppose if anybody's a threat, it would be a vengeful, plotting schemer. Interesting where Rome will go here tech-wise. All of these are great choices. Administration, labor force, nice. I actually don't mind the administration grab here. Getting some granaries up will be... Although, with all the fish, it might be overkill. Hard to... That's a situation where the map can influence stuff, right, too. And again, if this were landowners and specifically, there's so much growth in food right here that maybe granaries is a little bit overkill in this particular situation. But I do love granaries, so I build them a lot. This would be a great location for a granary, because we could very easily get a marshland farm on this tile, which would pay for a couple of granaries anyway. And honestly, with landowners, it's pretty painful to toss a regular farmer into a marshland tile to get yourself that much extra food. Of course, forestry was also in the deck at about 9 turns, I think it was. So we could have just gone straight for forestry since we're Rome and we start with Polis. Yeah, Volver's pointing out the order thing. Depends. I actually think it really depends. Because if we're moving units this way, then yes, it's more. If we're moving units this way, I don't think it matters. Because once we collapse this coast, which we will be able to do with landowner tile buying, I hope Juljette figures that out. Because actually with the landowner city here, even if this collapses in a funky way, Juljette would totally be able to tile buy along this coast all with the capital. And that's actually probably the most extreme example of what I'm talking about. You could do that with Rome, right? Oh man, I'm such a troll. You could tile by. So here's a fun trick for all of you guys. So you could tile by with Rome all along this coast, even if this, landowner border were to take this tile, right? Just trade it back to Rome and keep going, right? Get around the volcano. You need a ship or a scout with exploration. Fine. Get all the way up here, right? And then what do you do once you're up here? Well, here's what you do. You build a hamlet. Well, Scion, why would you build a hamlet? Well, this is why we're going to build a hamlet. Because we would build a hamlet, and then we would delete the hamlet and build a barracks on top of it. And then build another barracks on top of it. That way, every unit you build in Rome teleports halfway across the map. So, that's another fun trick you can do with landowners tile buying, and probably helps people understand why I think it's the greatest family in the game, because it's filled with cheeky tricks like that. Hopefully we can see something like that happen in the tournament. Maybe I'll try to do that on my next game. I don't think I played a landowner family yet. No, I did. I played Tamil. I played Tamil. No, I didn't. I played Maria, and I played... Oh, I haven't even played a landowner's nation yet. What am I doing? Be quiet or you're scaring the dev. I mean, that's normally what happens. It was really funny. My first batch of multiplayer games, I played a couple with Alcaris, and then I played like 6 games with Fluffy, back to back almost. And I'm pretty sure after every single game, we quote unquote found a bug that Fluffy was able to fix, and it was just me doing bullshit with game mechanics that I guess people either didn't pick up on, or people do pick up on and never really talked about it because people like their neat little tricks. And great question, EQC. Does a granary boost the wood production on a swamp farm? Yes, it does. And that's what makes it so great, because not only will the marsh farm pay for a granary even by itself, but the placement of the granary next to the marsh farm buffs the marsh farm, which means you're really just paying for yourself if you build a granary there. And that's why when you're looking at some of the other scripts like Wetlands map, very viable, I think, to get aristocracy early, set yourself up with a little ring of marshland farms, and that's where you want to put your granaries on those maps, because you'll get a lot more wood income than you would really anticipate. There actually is another marsh up here as well. So something to think about if you're playing in the tournament and you end up on any scripts which have a lot of marsh. The two scripts that stand out to me in particular are the wetland script, which is filled with marsh, but also the hardwood forest script in the lush band that crosses that map. One half is like lots of forest, and then there's tundra. In the other half, there's like lots of rivers and lush terrain. It also tends to be sprinkled with marsh in that script as well. 2 scripts that are pretty good at getting wood from marshlands. Of course, in the hardwood forest script, you don't really have to rely on the marshlands if you don't want to. You can just chop a bunch or get forestry. But still, nice to have options. This is going to be fun. We have some staging here from the Babylonians, keeping a watch on this site. This tactician from Rome is still down south, which I really think if we are going to pressure the northern site, we want to see this guy moving up top. Because, I mean, what's the point of having a tactician if it's not going to be in an early conflict with you? Kind of no real reason to have the tactician if you're not going to use it in a conflict. Really, really great output here. And of course, Champ Seat on an iron mine. Classic synergy. Really nice that we got that. That's already set up with the border boost. With Babylon still working towards the iron. And actually, we have eyes on it. Iron is another resource that can give you a science event. So be sure to hop on these regularly and harvest them if you have the spare orders to do so. That's another one to watch out for. Alcaris's reference spreadsheet thingamajig does have a full list of all of the harvest potential events you can get from different resources for those of you who are curious and want to get a sense of what kind of goodies are tucked away through harvesting. Lots of decent ones. Camels do a large lump sum of food, for example. Sheep can give you a child that you can adopt, which can be nice. All sorts of different goodies. But there's about 4 or 5 resources that offer science boosts. And off the top of my head, it is fish, olives, iron. Fish, olives, iron, elephants. That's 4. And now silk, I believe. Silk was a new one that was granted an event that has a minor science boost. I believe that's the 5 of them. Babylon ignoring this site. So this is actually good news for, not Babylon, Rome is ignoring this site. For as long as this remains unsettled, this is actually good news for the Babylonians because Babylon has 5 sites at the moment. To Rome's 4 sites at the moment. It will change to being the 5th site will get settled, and then this will likely be the 6th site unless Babylon can contest. And honestly, without this tactician in the region from Rome, I think there is a fair shot to contest here. Of course, getting into a scuffle in the woods is not ideal. What I would love to see here is all of these slingers line these tiles, 2 slingers here, right? How would I do this? 2 slingers here, attack in, and then I'd actually get my tactician here. I'd put my tactician here, right? Or here? Yeah, I'd put my tactician here and stun. So come up here, stun this guy. Come up here with these 2 tacticians, attack this guy. Because then this guy's trapped, right? He's zone locked into this region. His only option is either to attack slingers over a river. He could flee this way. He could flee up around this way, which is fine. Because that's getting him, that's still getting this warrior isolated and separated. And then the other option is he could attack into my tactician, in which case he would take counter damage. So that's how I would do this. 2 slingers on the river, tactician right here, stun this guy, attack into this guy with the 2 slingers on the river, would still do 4 damage, but then that forces this guy out into the open if he wants to engage. His only real option is to try and maybe get over into these woods and flee or flank or whatever. But either way, that puts us out in the open in a favorable battlefield for the slingers. And then even if this fella decides to come up with a forced march and join us, it's still out in the open. And let's check a difference on orders here. Order advantage is currently on Rome, so I mean, I definitely think they could fight that fight. We have 2 more slingers coming out in 3 turns. So yeah, I think I would pick this fight now, personally. Of course, the other thing you could do is wait until both of these units are on these urban tiles. Come up here with all the slingers. Stun 1. Stun. Yeah, that's what you could do too. Get your tactician in this tile. Stun this warrior on this tile so it can't attack these 2 slingers. And then the only option for this warrior would be to attack into a tactician and will counterattack. So patience will pay off here as well. I've outlined my aggressive strategy, but realistically, patience will pay off as long as more warriors don't migrate to the north to come tango with the Numidians. Sheep don't give an awful plague. Goats do. It's very easy to mix the 2 up, though. You are right. Goats give an awful plague. But sheep do not. Sheep are always good to harvest. So feel free to harvest sheep as often as you want. Be mindful of goats. Okay. 1 more turn. Or actually possibly a 2nd turn because this unit's going to spawn right there. So that's fine. 2 more turns and we can go on, which is great because we're going to have our timing with the slingers. Love to see pressure from Babylon. I love when Babylon can flex some muscle against some of these potentially stronger nations like Rome. No 30 family for Rome yet. Politics in Rome is still good. They might have to eat that discontent on the back end. Coming up with rhetoric now for the Romans. In fact, let's take a peek at some technology stuff. Ooh, husbandry was gotten for the Romans. That's interesting. I wonder if we're going to go make a play for Judaism. Spoked wheel in the hand now, so not going for that just yet. But chariots. Roman chariots are gross, especially on a small map like this. You get that chariot with the extra fatigue, and that's pretty gross, man. We have sovereignty checked out for the Romans, by the way. Did we? I'm guessing we saged into metaphysics since this was turn 10, so that's kind of fun. Yeah. Metaphysics was the sage grab. We have military drill already. Building barracks, and that's pretty much the most of where we're at. Oh, we got stone cutting as well. And we have navigation marked in the tree for the Babylonians. So what the Babylonians need to do in this situation is remain patient, because they can see these two warriors. These two warriors will attack again next turn, which is fine. And then if Babylon maintains its patience on the turn after, this warrior will disappear out of our vision, which will tell us, or allow us to assume anyway, that both warriors are on these two tiles, which I'm pretty sure Babylon is aware of the layout here. Or actually, maybe not. Nope, they're going in now. Looks like they're going in. Nope, that's a scout. Great, perfect. This is even better. This is better. This is perfect. So when... Oh, it's going to be in more time, because they're not going to be able to kill it. Hopefully Rome gets a crit. Or doesn't bring a unit up here. But anyway... Now the risk... Here's the one reason why I think... Actually, no, we would zone lock this whole peninsula, so we're fine. I was worried about a settler coming up and settling on the same turn. So actually, there's still a risk of that happening. And then things get tricky. So that's probably another reason why I might have chosen to be aggressive earlier, just to prevent them from even taking this site. Because you can think that you're being clever like this, like, oh, I'm going to block them into the peninsula. But if they clear and settle on the same turn, then that's a bit of a problem. And I've made that mistake myself tons of times, where I'm waiting for a cheeky move to happen, and the next thing I know, it's the next turn, and my opponent clears, and a settler shows up, and a city shows up, and that ruins the whole idea that I had. 27 science. Let's look at some stats on turn 25. 2 workers in Babylon, 1 in Rome. 4 units in Rome, 2 in Babylon, 2 more on the way, for Babylon at least. Camps cleared, laws adopted, 1 and 1. Technologies discovered, 6 on Babylon, 5 in Rome. Rome's not doing too bad there. Improvements, 10 in Babylon, 6 in Rome. Ooh, complex. Complex. The Romans are not doing what we want them to do. The Romans can kill and clear on the same turn. A settler's coming out in 3 turns. Yeah, Babylon might need to make a decision up here in terms of what they want to do to pressure this site. You could still... tactician here. Stun, slinger, attack, and then this guy has no place to go. He's zone locked and can only attack into a slinger that will counterattack. So that is a possibility. Are we at truce with the Numidians as Babylon? No, we're not. So anybody could get attacked at that stage. I don't think Rome's prepping us. Oh, Rome is attacking. Great question. I love that. Someone in chat said, hey, is Rome prepping a strike? And I'm like, I don't think so, but no, I look down here and they're actually attacking the city. And now we have a stun. So this is good news for Rome, actually, because that's going to get them to secure that northern site. No issue. I don't think I would have made this decision as Babylon. I think this is a mistake. I have a slinger coming out next turn. I think I actually would have gone in on the north and denied the site. Because Babylon's not going to... Sorry, Rome is not going to take this city. Because a slinger is going to come out in 2 turns, which we can wait for. We don't need to prepare. And another slinger is going to come out in 1 turn. And they're going to be sentinel slingers. So I really think... I mean, this is great for Rome. Rome doing this little attack, and maybe they lose a warrior or 2 or whatever. But they're going to get a city site off of this. So if I were piloting Babylon right now, I would have... my response to this aggression would have been to set up my aggression up north. Because then that puts the onus on Rome to decide if they want the city site, and do they back off and come bring, do they try to collapse on me? If they try to collapse on me, I have 2 units coming out to make it an even fight out in this open terrain. If they don't try to collapse on me, well, I have 2 units out to make it an even fight on defensive terrain. So, yeah, I would not have changed my plan if I were Babylon personally. I don't think this was necessary. Yes, Fluffy Bunny, this season is amazing. We have early aggression, multiple fronts, and mind games all happening within 25 turns of a multiplayer match. And yeah, it's great. We've had so many amazing games so far. Even some of the more relaxed games have ultimately been very fascinating and very interesting. Bad tactics here from Rome. Rome might not be aware, the Roman player may not be aware that you can't stun the ruler. And also, unfortunately, you set yourself out in the open. So this ruler is very likely dead. And the correct way to handle this situation as Babylon is to keep stunning this warrior, and then come in with these 2 slingers, zone locking the ruler. You won't kill the ruler the turn. You wouldn't even kill the ruler if all 3 slingers attack next turn. Although there is a 4th coming out, but I would not go for the kill here. I would just go for a zone lock. And fun fact, how can we do this? If you step 1 slinger here, let's see if I get this right, because I mess this up all the time. But I'm pretty sure if you step 1 slinger here, and this slinger here, this guy will be completely zone locked, but will not be able to hit anything other than this tactician. So you don't need to get directly up in front of somebody to zone lock somebody. We could get a slinger here and a slinger here, and I think that'll do the trick. Because the rule is you can't move from red to red. Oh, although this river is not generating red, so maybe that'll be tricky. Alright, we're going for a kill here. Well, hopefully not. Hopefully we just zone lock the guy. This would work. A slinger in this position would work. Oh. Alright, so this is what I'm saying, right? See? He's zone locked now. Oh, now he's not zone locked. He went for the kill. Okay, see? That's a little unfortunate. Because you could have killed both of these warriors. Now one's going to get away. And Rome's still going to get this site. So, honestly, I would consider that a win for Rome. Because from this whole excursion, they're only going to lose 1 warrior. Let's check on the health of the tactician, see if he dies. Oh, he's doomed. I don't know if he was already doomed, or if that just happened. I don't think it works like that. I think he would have already been doomed. Oh, and he had the Sword of the Gods. Fun. Yeah, so I think that Sword of the Gods is probably what caused that aggression. But I think ultimately that's a win for Rome. Regardless, because they're going to get a site off of it pretty handily. I mean, maybe Babylon could pivot quickly. Rome retreats with the warrior. Maybe Babylon runs back up north. So we can see there's certainly some tension there still. But the settler is going to be out in 2 turns. Another settler is out now. So, yeah. Anything could happen in the old world. Anything could happen at all. It's Rome's turn now, so obviously we'll see the retreat here. Of course, Babylon could just choose to come attack the city in theory. Surround all these woods with slingers, and you have the same type of situation you'd have up here, where Rome can almost exclusively only fight you out in the open. So it's also possible we could see some counter-aggression early on. I don't think that would be a mistake. Or maybe it would be. I don't know. Hard to say. We definitely have the ability to run right up here and start doing some damage. Whether it's a good idea or not, I don't think so. We'll see what event we get for destroying the Numidians. We settle statesmen. Great. Classic. Sword of the Bates. Yes. Absolutely. Absolutely. It's so much funny. It's so funny to me how much flack the Sword of the God gets, but I really think it ends up messing with the player who owns it more than it ends up messing with the opponent who becomes the victim of it. Yes, we've all seen games where being on the receiving end of the Sword of the Gods has sucked and or potentially defined the game. But more often than not, I actually think it's more common that the person who holds the Sword of the Gods ends up making a mistake because of it. They rely too much on its power to achieve some type of goal or objective or whatever, whether it's harassing the opponent or not, or just trying to clear too deep into certain territories or whatever it is. And then next thing you know, it backfires. See, yeah, no, this is what gets me, right? Still doing 2 damage versus 3. So that's what kind of what I'm saying. It's like, especially early on, like maybe later on when we're worried about stronger stuff, I guess. But I don't know, you're only the champion defense thing doesn't seem worth it to me. Sometimes it is. Like anything, you know, sometimes everything has a value at some point in the game. All right, let's go back to stats. Babylon's turn, actually. No, we went up north with a heal. All right, so it does look like we're going to try and come back north. We don't... I think this is coming out next turn, so I don't think we have it. So yeah, Rome, the half the map is going to go to the Roman player. So let's look at orders, 17 to 15. Not too bad. Science, 38 to 27. Almost neck and neck in terms of total investment. But Babylon is beginning to take a lead there. Military score, the loss of that warrior makes us exactly even with each other. That's why it's a bummer that we didn't take the opportunity to kill both warriors as Babylon. That would have been a nice tempo gain for us on the military front. But, you know, whatever. Can't win them all. Legitimacy is neck and neck. Money is favoring the Romans. Food, iron, stone. Great. Yep, everybody's looking good so far. Fluffy just wants to see a stunned settler. I don't think you're going to get that opportunity, Fluff, because I'm pretty sure the Romans can force march this if they can't get there normally. So, yeah, but really the good news about Rome and skip this site for a while is that until this site gets settled, it's just going to be 5 sites to 6 rather than 5 sites to 7. And I really think we're seeing... How many workers now, actually? 3 workers to 2. So the worker tempo has been in Babylon's favor for this whole game, really. So Babylon does have a spare settler too, which is very likely going to be an upgraded into a warrior, into a worker momentarily, because they're not going to get this site. Yeah, Rome has exactly the 100 training they need to force march. We will see if she does it, though. If she doesn't do it, then Fluffy will get his stunned settler, because this would be the moment to do it. Run up here. We can get there. Well, let's check training on Babylon. Nope, no training for a force march. We won't be able to do it. And anyway, we settled. We force marched anyway as Rome, so. The settling... Yeah, the question is, will they? Right, yeah, well, here we go. We have the answer to that question now. The question is, what are they going to settle here? I'm going to be really grumpy if I see another champion city. God damn it. I hate people who play Rome so much. Oh, man. Okay, well, here we are. Oh, Ranger on this Warrior. That's nice. That's really going to be nice. Do we have any other Rangers laying around? No. Oh, yeah, we have one more. So 2 Ranger Warriors will be quite handy for the map that we have right now. And, of course, going against Slingers. Great. All right, we're building farms up here in Rome. Another... Oh, yeah, the settler is going to be down here. That makes sense. So now we're just going to have to backtrack with something. Liking to see the early miner in the champ seat. Might as well get that out of the way soon. We have another mine, and we have a gold mine coming up as well. I mean, there's definitely going to be a military tempo advantage with 3 Roman champion cities, for sure. I just think that the map is small enough that you don't even need that, really. You know, I really think 1 Iron Mine champion site would be enough to still overpower general unit production of your opponent when you're talking about the difference between 5 and 7 city sites, right? So I feel like... you know, maybe the game ends early with, like, massive Roman military unit output, in which case it doesn't matter. But if the game goes long, I think it would be better to have more economic advantage on your side, especially when you're going up against a nation like Babylon, who is going to have traders in this location that we are aware of. We can see the dies on our side of the map. So they're going to have good economics there. They're going to have sages. The great news for us, though, is that they have, the Babylonians have 200, 2 traders, and only 1 sages. So they're not going to pop off with super mega crazy science gains as Babylon normally can. But still going to have a little bit of advantage economically, I think, in favor of the Babylonians. So that's one of the things why, for me, if we're going to get the city side advantage on the Roman side, might as well make sense to increase it into an economic advantage, since we're going to have a military advantage either way, both through champions and the fact that all of our cities have an extra 2 training anyway. So they're already as strong as the average military city. So it just feels overkill here to be bringing in champions in this particular situation, especially because we're not even against another champ nation. If we were against another champ nation, maybe we want to leverage that extra military output. Sure, fine, okay. You know, get that extra advantage. But I just don't think you need it against Babylon, personally. They don't even have a military shrine. You know, there's no inherent military advantage as part of the Babylonian kit at all, except for Sentinel. So, yeah. Just how I would have handled it, personally, but, you know, here we are. Labor force can be grabbed. Free worker can be grabbed. Monasticism is tagged. What are we doing? We think it's 7 laws? Yeah, it looks like we're doing 7 laws for Rome. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's pretty much the classic 7 law format. Navigation, citizenship, monasticism, sovereignty. There you go. That's your 7. And they're all marked in the tech tree. So we'll see how quickly Juljette can get to that, and or if they decide to just roll with 4 laws at some point. On the flip side, let's see what's marked in Babylon. I think I saw navigation at one point. They could end up doing the same thing long term. I think if you're going to be running Sentinel, and especially if you're thinking that maybe you're going to need to shore up a strong defense against an aggressive Roman player, which is what we see on this map already. They own half the map, and they forward settled 2 champ cities, so we know that that what's happening right now is possible, where they're pumping out 4-turn warriors right on their front line. I think a really smart grab for a Babylonian player in this position would be beeline machinery as quickly as possible. Get that set up. Of course, obviously, after getting military drill, you need your barracks up and running. You need your training network up and running. But if you get some early onagers coming out of these hunter seats parked in this back line, then all the Roman warriors in the world will very likely not be able to break into your front line. So don't forget about the early onager. I know the hydraulics rush isn't popular these days, but the early onager is still incredibly useful on the defense. Pass labor force. What does that mean? I don't understand this note. Also, this is almost perfectly what I was trying to talk about earlier, where you could do a garrison here. There's only one barracks in the city, though, to endure Athara. So technically, you could bring your barracks down here, right? You get an additional order for this spot, and then when you put your garrison here for Dur Athara, you would basically, you don't really miss out on the fact that you don't really have perfect formation because this barracks was already built. Because you basically get that perfect formation. It's really, really fun to do this border shenanigans. And we're going to see an upgraded worker. Oh, we don't have the training yet, so that'll happen eventually, though. Oh, it's still Rome's turn. What's Rome doing? Ooh, Rome can get sovereignty. That'll be a nice grab. Produce 1,000 stone. We have no stone income. So I want to take the XP here. Great, we took the XP. Very important to know when to say no to ambitions. We also have a new heir on the throne. Our doomed ruler died, and we have a new tactician on the throne. And our heir is a tactics student with ranger, by the way. Wow, that's going to be really nice if we have a mid-game conflict with this guy. Plenty of centralized forest, plenty of forest on the way in to our sentinel slinger territory if we choose to go on the offensive. By the way, very important here. Can't stress this enough. It's an underrated promotion, but there are rivers here. There are rivers up here, and we have a warrior or two down here. Amphibious, grab it. Amphibious up here, right? Somebody amphibious elsewhere? I thought we had another one. Oh, is it this guy? Yep, amphibious, grab it. Really can't stress this enough. It's an underrated promotion. Just grab one or two guys in your melee composition. If you see amphibious, just get it. Don't worry about anything else. Like, unless you see, like, a really, like, maybe a Highlander promotion or whatever, or, Horsebane when you're dealing with a horse nation. Besieger is also good, obviously. But, like, yeah, I'm hugely in favor of sprinkling in 1 to 3 amphibious promotions as they pop up. They're pretty rare. And, of course, they don't lead to anything, so they're not part of a chain that people emphasize. But, oh, this city's not connected, and I like that Juljette made a note of this. Oh, wait, no, that was a note for Babylon. My bad. Yeah. So these borders prevent Murad from getting connected by the coast. So that's a nice advantage there for the Romans. You're going to have to road up this connected city. So a little bit of logistical trolling there from the Romans. Yeah, but I really think amphibious is valuable enough to just sprinkle it into your army. Just a couple troops, 1 to 3, not many. And then when you end up fighting a battle, but either defensively, because there's lots of rivers over here too, or on the offense, you'll just have an amphibious guy sitting in the composition that you could do a surprising amount of damage. And I think similar to Tough, right? Similar to the Tough promotion, I think the amphibious promotion is very difficult for your opponent to plan around, because I don't think most players factor in the fact that there will be a melee unit that can just attack across a river at full damage. So you'll get an opponent that will do something like, shore up around this river with some slingers, and then you get to walk in with a couple of beefy, warriors, spears, or macemen, whatever they are, with amphibious, and just go BAM! And take out a unit, and a player goes, wait, what? I was behind a river. That doesn't make sense. I would chop all this down, yes. Question from chat asking if I would chop this stuff. Yes. Especially as Babylon. You can use the wood later. There's enough wood in other locations I mean, I don't know. This is tricky because this is also one of the few river-based. No, there's tons of woods up here. Yeah, I would chop all this down. 100%. I would chop all of this. I would send a disciple or worker out into this forest, and I would chop everything on my side of the map down. And then if I have a disciple specifically because they move faster than workers, and I'm feeling a bit bold, I might even come out here and chop this down at some point later in the game. But yeah, I love a chopping spree. Harder to do on Babylon though, just because they don't have the best order economy. So be mindful of that if you're thinking about chopping sprees. But definitely thinking getting Maraud in an easier defensible position. I'd probably keep this forest and just put my own guy on it, because it's a forest that's almost completely surrounded by rivers. That's a very nice tactical position, which again brings me back to the amphibious promotion, because I'm saying that right now of being like, oh, I would put a guy on this tile because they're well protected, but all of a sudden if 2 amphibious axemen sit on these tiles, they're going to do full damage into the tile because they're melee, so it doesn't matter that it's forest, and they have amphibious, so it doesn't matter that it's surrounded by rivers. So here I am planning around this river as the defender, but you can't really anticipate how much amphibious potential your opponent will have, especially since it's not a popular promotion in the first place. EQC says they can see Rome attacking Maraud in the next 5 to 10 turns. Turn 31. Now, yeah, maybe. I think that would be a mistake, though. I think you might as well. You got Sovereignty coming online, which means Civics Boost is coming up. You don't have Labor Force yet. So Sovereignty into Labor Force gets you 4 strength. Sorry, 4 law, 6 strength tempo. And the Civics Boost will cap that off. I would probably wait. Although, where are we in terms of culture? Tarraco needs more culture. A really fun trick if you want to be rushing this stuff down. We're putting a Shrine of Bologna into Tarraco. I like to bulldoze culture resources. This would get us 50 culture. But it's also generating, the only thing generating us culture. But I guess that'll be able to emphasize the point here. We're getting 1 culture per turn from this thing. If we delete this thing with a building, we'll get 50 culture. So, do you want 50 cultures, 50 turns worth of culture on turn 31? I absolutely do. So the only question after that is, where are we going to get the rest of the 50 culture from? Ideally, we put landowners here and set up these pearls. This is another advantage about landowners here. We could have had die set up very likely already. Sending that to the champion seat. 2 pearls and a die will get you moving quite nicely. Or 1 pearl, 1 die. Any other luxuries around? Not really that we can use right away. Yeah, but bulldozing a culture resource in a high-value military location, particularly a champ seat. If we had salt in the region, you could double up. You could put a, especially as Rome, by the way, great use of the hamlet. You could put a shrine on the lavender, hamlet on a piece of salt or a gem mine, and then boom, instantaneously by like turn 20 or something, you get yourself a developing culture champ seat. So once you hit your 4 law timing, you can build your stronghold and you're cooking. I know everybody probably scoffs at the idea of bulldozing groves, but it doesn't really matter about land consolidation if A, first of all, there's barely any groves on this map, so I don't care about land consolidation anyway. And then B, if I'm ending the game in 50 turns, who cares? Nice. Coming up with a rancher in here as well. It's going to be really nice growth in this city. Already is really nice growth. 29 growth. And going to grow from here. We're building a rancher now. We're building a net here. We're going to get to these fish pretty easily. We have another farm with with the potential to build a farmer there. So lots and lots of crazy growth output for that landowner's capital. And tactician doing tactician stuff down here. Could probably afford to bring another unit down here, but I think we'll be okay. Yeah, dude, I am. I'm a goblin when it comes to stuff. And you know what it is? It's just, I understand the strategy genre. Bring worker back to hunters. And we're building back. I understand in the strategy genre, it's all about long-term planning, right? And so the Alchemist mindset of planning for turn 120 certainly absolutely has value, right? Because that's one of my weaknesses as a strategy. I feel like generally speaking, if I don't win a game by turn 80, then my chances of winning that very same game drop dramatically every 5 to 10 turns. I have won games post turn 100 against other players. It's a thing I can do, but I always aim to end games early. And I feel like for the players who aim to end the games early, I feel like if you fail, then you're probably going to lose, especially if you're up against a player like Alcaraz who's trying to get the game to last to turn 100 before they're ready to pop off. There's a different dichotomy of playstyles there, which is cool. Because I like how the game can support both playstyles. I don't think one is necessarily better than the other. I think both playstyles have strength, and they can compete against each other nicely because the early game rush can take out the eco greeter, right? But if the eco greeter defends himself, which is also possible to do against an early game rush, well, then the eco greeter could very likely win, and it's a really cool thing. So in the context of my playstyle, for better or worse, because in some ways this is a weakness of mine, my thinking is always, always, always now is better than later. So I kind of did the math already on the lavender. But if you bulldoze this lavender, you get 50 turns worth of culture on whatever turn that shrine gets finished. So we settled the city ages ago. That could have happened already, right? So, and if I can do that with 1 or 2 culture resources, getting myself developing, getting myself a strong culture city, especially in a champ seat, right? Producing my unique unit, a grand total of potentially 50 or 20 turns, 20 to 50 turns sooner than it would have normally. I mean, that is a massive tempo increase. That puts your opponent in a situation where they're going to be dealing with spammed 6 strength units way quicker than they would have expected, because the champ seat normally doesn't have a lot of culture output. So, yeah. Elder Shopkeeper coming out in Babylon. 45 science per turn for Babylon now. So let's take a quick peek back at the science. I think we're growing further away. Yep. Still a very close investment in the tree. 903 to 901. So Babylon is gaining momentum here, but they have not, pulled too far ahead, which is great news for Rome, and also going to be a consequence of 2 things. A, the fact that Rome have out-expanded Babylon, and then B, the fact that there's only 1 sage city in Babylon. Yep, we have a compassionate tactician. And we have now a judge. That's not... Oh, wait, no, we're looking at the wrong nation. And we have a schemer, a ranger schemer on the throne. That's going to be nice. That's an extra 3.2 science, so that's nice for the eco side of things. I don't know what the options were, so if there were better options. Oh, and they're actually about to take the throne. Great. So that's going to be even more science, I think. Or actually, maybe we lose some, because... Well, we'll find out. Rome went epics. A little late for that. I guess we'll get a 20 culture from this, which isn't... Or probably 30, because this will respawn, so I guess that's not the end of the world. It's unfortunate it's not going into the champ seat, though. But otherwise, exploration will be solid. Scouts out into the ocean. Farm these fish. More warriors coming out. Oh, a worker coming out north. That's nice. We need to explore. This is the other thing that makes Babylon so good on these maps is with the exploration law and the ability to explore the ocean, you'll never run into a situation like this, which is what Rome has, where these two sites aren't connected to the capital, but the only reason why these two sites aren't connected is because Rome has never explored this peninsula. So coastal exploration is very valuable on these maps. I try, if I can remember, I don't always succeed, but I try, if I can remember, to pop the coastal borders when I'm on these smaller continental maps, because it's very, very easy to just get all of your cities connected, which is what we see in Babylon, with the exception of this one, because Rome's borders got in our way. But otherwise, Babylon, even if Babylon secured all the way up here, he would have had perfect connection across all of the empire. Hopefully we'll see Babylon. Do we have... we have centralization. Really hoping Babylon will toss a mine on this. Not a mine. I always say that for some reason. A farm on this marsh. Because you put a farm here, then granary. Ooh, that's going to be spicy. That's another border shenanigan you can do. I mean, we have developing in Babylon, so we don't need this. But let's say both cities were not developing. You can granary, and double buff this barley, because you're using a granary from two different cities, and that's always fun as well when it comes to border crossings. This would actually be a great opportunity, a valid opportunity, to have a tactical reason to grab Amphibious for the Romans. So here's hoping they do that, because I really think that will help them out in the long run. It will help them clear this site out, but it also will help them out in the long run, I think. We can grab it now. I would not be surprised if we see... Alright, yep, we got combat. Yep, makes sense. I was going to call out strike, but we got combat instead, yeah. Amphibious is super underrated, in my opinion. I don't think people grab it enough. Maybe that's the video I can make. I can make it not about forts, or not about tile swapping, or not about Amphibious. I can just think of like 5 to 10 things that I think players don't utilize enough, that are stronger than players probably think. Nice, coming out with another worker now. Really shored up our defense. I feel like we probably did that backwards. I don't think we needed to spam so many warriors so quickly. We could probably just have started with a worker and then spam warriors. And then we would have had much better development at this stage, because it's now turned 33. We settled this site relatively early, and we settled this site about 5 to 6 turns ago, or more. And we would already be having our first improvements being finished at this stage, and certainly a couple down here as well. Are both players on sovereignty right now? Yeah, both players. That's awesome. Both players are exactly 4 turns away from sovereignty. So that's nice tempo for the Romans, keeping up. 2 acolytes. No, sorry, an apprentice acolyte and an officer coming along, so that's going to be more science. Elder shopkeeper coming along, more science. Every build queue is going to be generating science for the Babylonians, except this worker. But even this fisher up here is going to be science, and I fully expect that this pearl is going to be sent to the capital for a whopping 7 culture per turn increase on the culture in the capital. That's like an 80% culture increase. What a massive boost that's going to be. Also, we have some pearls here. This actually goes back to what I was talking about. If you want to be really cheeky with tile swapping, these workers could have sent all of these pearls to the capital, giving you crazy, crazy culture boost potential. Nothing wrong with keeping them where they are. But also the other benefit of sending them to the capital is that the fair would have buffed their income. So little cheeky tile buying you can do there as well. I always love sending pictures of the crazy border shenanigans that I do in my games to people like Fluffy or Solver, and having them guffaw at the pure chicanery of the nonsense you can get up to when it comes to tile swapping. Building a treasury. How do we feel about this? Yeah, I feel like this is backwards. Not really a huge deal, but if I'm ever going to run projects, I like to start with a forum and then go into something else. I don't mind forums. Treasuries are more niche. Since we've never developed stone production, I don't like it because I'm assuming we purchased the stone to build the treasury, which feels a bit redundant. If you have some decent stone income, sure, why not toss in a treasury early while the prices are still low? You know, even with buy price, which what everybody likes to talk about often when they think about resources, it would only be 120 gold and would get 100 back. So basically would be getting an increase of 10 gold per turn, and it only effectively cost us 20 gold worth of resource investment. So a treasury early on is not necessarily the worst idea. Certainly not up there in terms of peak meta picks. So yeah. But I'm pretty confident we probably purchased the stone to build this, in which case it's a little redundant. Nice pun. All right, so I think we're going to have some very comfortable build-up time, which honestly is more beneficial for the Babylonian player. Build queues matter, but 5 to 7 is not a game-defining or game-ending advantage. So I think when you do have the disadvantage, it's actually in your best interest and favor to be given time to just play your best eco game and see if you can out-eco your opponent, which you can absolutely do even with having less territory if you're just better at the eco game, right? If you're making better, more efficient decisions, if you have better science rate, things like that, then it doesn't matter if your opponent has 2 extra city sites. Because, like, actually, let's use these cities as an example currently, right now, right? First of all, these cities are not improved at all. So yes, this gave Rome a larger army, but that only really matters if Rome does something with the army in the next, 10 to 20 turns or so, which is totally possible. But if we defend against that, then that inherent advantage kind of disappears. As opposed to, if these cities are actually being developed, right? And then same thing back here. This site's not even settled. So currently it's 5 to 6 cities, 2 of which are adding virtually no value to the empire at the moment, apart from their, inherent civic output, right? We're getting a little bit of science, a little bit of civics, a little bit of training. So there's some value, especially in the civics. I think new cities are probably worth it for civics more than anything. And that's probably my Hittite brain talking to me, because every city is worth, hey! Harvest this next turn. All right, we'll go. I want to keep an eye on that next turn. Hopefully I'll remember, because I want to see if Babylon actually gets the science event. Anyway, yeah. So technically speaking here, what we're going to have is the Roman investment in 35 turns or a little bit more, right, to get 3 extra city sites over their opponent, which could still be good long term. Not 3, 2 extra city sites over their opponent. But in that meantime, right, Babylon is developing their cities and infrastructure way more efficiently. Well, I don't know about, but way more efficiently. Let's take a peek back on worker stats. Yeah, Babylon's now 6 to 5, so not much individually, but they've been up 1 worker for the entire game. So being up 1 worker so far for the entire game while being able to sit back and comfortably develop is good news for Babylon. And that's one of the interesting things about this game, about the exchange of tempo when it comes to expanding and developing and also potentially aggressing against your opponent. Really, really interesting give and take about the ways you can gain an advantage and then eventually lose an advantage. Volva pointing out an excellent critique. And I think this goes hand in hand with my desire to have seen these cities be just outright be landowner cities in general and disregard the champion's defensive bonus and positioning entirely. But Volva's critique is problem with Rome is that she is treating her borders cities as defensive positions and not a great place for growth and economic growth in general. And yes, I agree. I agree with that assessment. These could be economic powerhouses for sure. And I think with your champion, especially down here, I think with your champion city so close by, and of course your latent training boost as Rome anyway, where every city is practically a military city anyway, in terms of that base training output, feels like there's very little reason not to just make these cities shine economically, build workers, get improvements up, get going. And I don't think Babylon is in any rush to aggress against a Rome. Like, the Roman output is so strong that, you know, they're going to wait for an advantage like unique units or onagers or something. Pass law, send pearls. Yes, we want the pearls from Uruk. Going to Babylon, we have a couple of notes and reminders. See, this is the thing that I don't get about the reminders. And I know we all, our brains all, oh, did we harvest yet? No. I know everyone's brains work differently, but this is why the reminders don't work for me. Because I put up, if I've tried this, right? I've seen people do this, so I've tried to get into the habit myself. What happens is I put a note down, and then I just forget about the note. I never go back and check the note. So it just doesn't do anything for me. It's like, hey, do this thing in 2 turns, and then 2 turns go by, I don't do the thing. 5 turns go by, I don't do the thing, and then I check the note, and I'm like, oh yeah, I needed to do that thing 10 turns ago, and it doesn't even matter anymore. Zero orders left, no harvest. That's unfortunate. Harvest your fish, fellas. Mine are coming out in Tarico. Not great, but not terrible. Gonna be more training. We already have 30 training in the city. Amazing, amazing. Love the champ seat. And also, you know, that's gonna be good econ. So, if anyone can get away with building a gold miner, I would say it would be champions, artisans, and landowners. Oh, yeah, he probably can't harvest. That's a great point. Good catch. Good catch, Constant. This tile probably can't be harvested because it's too far away from the Empire. Great, great point. Would love to see a scout get out here to harvest, though. Or maybe this location. But I'm going to assume that that's not on Wildrook's mind. So hopefully when Wildrook watches this, they can take that tip going forward in the future if they continue playing Babylon games. Very nice, easy way to get super early science. No, yeah. EQC Constant's right. This is probably too far. So no, you can't harvest if the resource is too far, and you get the event specifically from harvesting, so you won't be able to get the event if you can't harvest. Oh yeah, Tamil landowners with a gold miner, that would be great. Yep. I love the Tamil landowner supremacy. If ever it felt like Mohawk designed something specifically for me, and of course they didn't, but it's probably that faction because there's so many different things about that faction that I absolutely love. Which of course makes me super annoying when anyone has any criticisms or suggestions about it, because I say, no, don't ruin it. So I apologize to everybody for my overzealous appetite for the game sometimes. I don't mean to take up so much space. It just happens accidentally sometimes. Wow. Yeah, really nice economic development from the Rome here. Sorry, Babylon. Let's look at the difference in economies. Better gold, obviously, because we have traders. 33, 12, 57 versus 118.80. Okay, so the food economy in Rome is popping off, which makes sense because we have landowners. And one thing I like about this as well, don't like the placement of this granary, though. This granary should have been over here because, again, the marsh thing. Also, you want your granaries next to your wheat resources, your barley. So even over here, even though that's not ideal, but even over here, if you're going to do the one tile weird granary placement that's not buffing too much, even directly next to this barley would be better than this spot, in my opinion. A missed opportunity, this granary should be in this location. And then the other granary should be right here. So here and here, or maybe here and here, or maybe here and here if you expand your borders, which you can because you're landowners. You can buy these tiles. Don't forget about tile buying. I don't think this landowner city has bought a single tile. And I mean, that is arguably one of the stronger benefits of the city, especially in the early game, because you can just scoop up all of these resources. Oh, we did see harvesting! Didn't get an event for it, though. But apparently Babylon can harvest this tile. Fantastic. Cool. I don't know why I'm freaking out about fish harvests, but here I am. Here we are. Ah, he opted to get... Oh, she opted to get more warriors instead of going for the gold mine. Okay. Wonder if we'll see some early aggression after all. Three laws. Ooh, you know what? This is bad news for Rome. This is very bad news for Rome. 5 turns developing from a military seat that's about to develop some iron. We have 8 turns to developing from a sage's seat that's about to have double officers. And Babylon's going to hit the 4 law temple before Rome. So even if Rome is itching to strike early, they're going to be running into Akkadian archers pretty reliably, I think, on some good timing here. So that sucks. Oh, and we have a judge in this location and trader's income. All right, one thing I want to see here. I want to see this from more players. This is another tip, another thing that I think is underrated. Even I myself have only recently started doing this regularly, but I think it's so worth it. Build this apprentice officer, then use your judge and your trader's income to just rush by master, 2 turns, rush by elder, 2 turns. I think it's something like $1,200, $1,600 in total, so it's like a lot. It's like a good chunk of money, but it feels so worth it because you get that extra training, which is nice, but then every unit you build from this city is going to come out with a promotion, with 100 XP to promote themselves instantly, and even just doing that in a single city, in my opinion, feels so worth it in this game. Promote, upgrade unit, promote. Yeah, this is just, these notes are wild. They're like basic things. And again, I understand it helps some people, but I would leave myself a note to promote something, and then I would just forget to promote that thing. He's probably trying to remind himself of the promote 5 units ambition, which makes sense. I do love seafood. Well, actually, that's not true. I don't really like seafood. I like sushi, but I don't actually like seafood. Most seafood, anyway. Rebels in the champ seat, or in a champ city. That's probably. Oh, it looks like we have a rebellion. Full rebellion. So 2 rebels in every champion city. That's fine. That'll get taken care of pretty easily. I don't think Babylon will feel like doing anything in response to that, and this will cool off in a little bit. So no big deal. No big deal. I think people freak out about rebels way too much. I mean, yeah, it's an order tax, but I mean, whatever, it's fine. These guys will all be dead in a little bit. And in these 2 cities, there's nothing for them to even pillage. So, no big deal. This city's taking way too long to clear, though. So yeah, realistically, Rome is only up 1 city over Babylon in 38 turns, and the 2 cities that Rome is up aren't really adding much. So that's something to keep in mind about that expansive tempo. Like, what are you actually gaining from securing a location? I think tactically, for over a long time, getting these central sites certainly has value. But sometimes I think rushing straight for the center can backfire on players. And not even sometimes. I think that's something we see relatively consistently. Players try to run as fast as they can to secure the center of the map from their opponent, and they kind of don't really consolidate their core well enough. And so in the meantime, once you have somebody who gets blocked in, which seems like a good thing at first, but then it turns out that they just, almost by necessity, were forced to just play a turtle eco game, and oops, you actually swung the advantage in the other direction. Skipper is rooting for Juljette Woman Gamer Solidarity. Yeah, I think we have a couple women in this tournament. At least one. I think 2. Which is cool to see. Certainly feels like a very male-dominated sphere. But it's nice. It's nice when we have different types of players joining it and playing the game. And commenting, too. So it's nice to have you commenting as well. Trapping in 3 turns for the Roman, that'll be nice. Hopefully, Juljette doesn't make the same mistake as their previous game and fail to build a single slinger. It's turn 40 and they don't have a single range unit, so hopefully in the next 10 to 12 turns, they will rectify that. I'm always curious how you learn this, Hazard. You seem to know I mean, maybe you ask, and maybe that's the appropriate thing to do. I haven't gotten in the habit of asking yet, and I probably should since I cast these games and slip into the he pronoun pretty often. But I'm curious how you seem to always know who is the gender of the person. Do you ask, Hazard? Is that why? Do you ask, like, people pronouns or whatever? Or do you just know all of these people personally? Which, I mean, if you're bringing in all your friends to play Old World, then that's awesome. Because I wish I could do that, but nobody wants to play it. Hazard's just friendly. Yeah, Hazard is very friendly. You have a game coming up, don't you? You do. You have a game coming up next weekend, next Sunday. No, next Saturday. Cool. Yeah, look forward to watching that. Always fun to watch Hazard play. There are roles, but I never think to check. Some people have them, some people don't. And also some people... Double Corvid's probably a great example of this, since Hazard brought her up. She had all those chickens on her name. So it was like all these weird graphics and icons, and then like right next to it probably was a she-her tag. And, I mean, it just flew over my head, to be totally honest. Because... all I saw when I looked at her name was a bunch of chickens. So, as far as I know, she was a chicken. I have no, or not chicken. What Corvid? That's a crow. Yeah, definitely a better habit I should get into for sure. Alright, so the rebellion is ticking away, but again, the full rebellion is only minus 400, which I say only, but it's only minus 400 over 5 years, so it decays very, very quickly. Very, very quickly. Oh, and Fluffy with the stat for it. This is great. I'm actually really intrigued by this. Old World Discord is about 50%, no, 15, not 50. 15% female, judging only by those who have chosen pronouns. Though I imagine it may be skewed likely by how many people are going to effort of selecting the role. Exactly, yeah. So probably closer to 20%, which is cool. That's awesome. That's great. Yeah, but it can be very easy to forget, I'll admit, in this space. Which is unfortunate, but hopefully when we slip up, people don't take it too personally, because it's certainly not malicious. Coming up with 59 science now for the Babylonians. And now we're finally starting to break away with a little bit of an advantage. We have a 130 advantage in the tech tree over Juljette. But man, she's keeping up quite nicely, which is great news for a Roman player playing a Babylonian player. Of course, I still think the eco generally is stronger for Babylon. In fact, what's the quarry situation? Doesn't Rome start with stone cutting? Stone cutting, we don't have a single quarry in Rome yet? That's bad news. That's bad news. Improvements controlled. We don't have a single quarry in Rome. This is like, that's unfortunate. I mean, I guess all we really need is iron if we're just going to go kill our friend. You know what's actually funny? I just realized we had epics in Rome. We had epics on Rome, so this rebellion is going to give us 30 culture in each of our cities, which is actually going to be great news for the champ seat, because now, do what I was talking about earlier, I wish I could just say this directly to Juljette. You kill these 3 units, that gets us to about 50 culture. We're at 46 right now, right? Then you build a hamlet on this lavender, and that gets us a developing culture just in time for us to get labor force, which we're not grabbing right now, which, okay, I'm not going to falter for that because she really had an issue with not building slingers last time, so might as well get trapping out of the way before you forget. But yeah, then we're going to have 4 laws, and everything's going to be dandy. So in a round, that's actually awesome synergy, like accidental synergy there. That full rebellion is going to get us a decent amount of culture in all 3 of our military focused, well, they're not focused yet, but our military oriented champ cities. This is at 60 culture now. And this is going to get, this is at 32. So this is also going to end at 60 culture once we clear all these units. That's pretty neat. That's pretty neat. Rebel farming strategy. Cool. Drama for the Babylonians. Also notes to remind themselves to tutor. Maybe they're doing this in a way, because I think you can set this as like an alarm where the notification pops up and tells you to do the thing, but I guess I don't do that part of it. Governor the leader. Let's look at the governors. Ooh, really nice. Our judge can get 5.3 at science in the city, as well as being a judge. So we could do the officer buying in the capital as well. Let's see what other good options we have. Do builder up here if we wanted to do that. Do the judge up here. Really going to keep an eye on if they want to start hurrying these elder officers out. We have plenty of gold. We're making 382 per turn. Nice to see the barracks is going up everywhere, as opposed to Rome, which I don't even believe has barracks anywhere because they're just getting trapping now. Yeah. So this is going to be a nice equalizer for the Babylonians. We're getting barracks and officers in nearly every city. We're building the officers now too, right? So that's more science, more training. Really, really nice development here from Wild Rook. Admittedly, Juljette has her work cut out for her due to the way that the cascading happened in this round of the tournament, where we had a couple of dropouts in the previous tournament. The algorithm was forced to put one winner and one loser from the first round up against each other, and that is this match. Wild Rook won his first match in the tournament, and Juljette unfortunately did lose. However, just a little bit of clarity on how that works, we do have a kind of like best guess at seeding system that we worked out for setting up the initial roster of the tournament. And Wild Rook happens to be, by our best estimate, the lowest seeded player of all of the current winners in the division. So in that situation, it's the lowest seeded player who drops down and gets a match paired up against one of the players who lost their first game. So we did try to keep it at least a little bit even in the event that that happens. But yeah, Wild Rook is playing a pretty solid game here, doing all the basics, getting the officers, getting the barracks up and running. And Juljette, I have to say, though, I can't stress enough how much of an improvement from one game to the next we've seen. And that's one of my favorite things about watching these tournaments directly, like actually viewing the games myself and even commentating the games themselves. I was able to commentate Juljette's first match. It's really, really cool to see players' skill like noticeably increase between games. Yeah, we saw early on in their previous game, Juljette struggled with clearing tribes, and yet in this particular game, piloting Rome once more, they had no problem clearing half the map. Did we lose a unit? Oh, well, okay, so foot and mouth, right? Just as I'm saying good job clearing, we actually lost a unit to a tribe. So you got to be very mindful of that. If you're wounded, just back off and heal. Just back off and heal. And also, if you're still clearing stuff around turn 30-ish, you don't want to use less than 2 units for a camp, pretty much. So always bring a second unit nearby. Yeah, we tried our best. It largely was based on the collective experience of the organizers of the tournament with all of the people we played for. So you can't really do anything about the people we don't know. So all of the first timers and all of all of the unknowns. So we basically seeded all of them low for the most part. And then, of course, it gets a little bit complicated with substitutes because the substitutes take on whatever position of the person they're substituting. So Juljette is arguably a lower seed, but they are certainly in a higher position than they probably would have been because they're coming in as a substitute for a player. So that was also another complication. And we actually saw that with Vova in his match against Aaron. I think if Vova was signed up for the tournament, initially those players would likely not have met so early. But since Vova was replacing a player of a lower seed, he got paired as Aaron's opponent. Well, in fact, that's who Vova replaced. Vova was replacing Aaron's opponent. Which is fine, because that made an amazing match that was awesome to watch, and everybody got to have a great time. All right, this is great for Babylon. Babylon has machinery in their hand, and they're researching right now. So we have 4 laws. This is not looking so great for Rome. We have 4 laws already, very close to developing cultures to start building strongholds, and now we're 7 turns away from machinery. So at roughly the same time, I think we're going to get, certainly in this city, we will get 2 strongholds down for, oh man, maybe even another one. There's another. I didn't even notice this city, which makes sense though because of all the pearls. So we'll have 3 cities that can have strongholds. Ooh, this just dropped down to an extra turn. Amazing. Ooh, and the Ant's Gold. This is a science boost too, right? Yep. Great, great, great. Get some exploration events. Now time to harvest some fish again, if you can remember. Harvest fish, harvest fish. Get another boost. Yeah, so really, really great tempo looking for the Roman player. Wild Rook, I think, is going to have some onagers and Acadians coming down the pipeline in about 15 turns, give or take. and a couple onagers on these hills with Acadians out in this open, you can really start threatening the central location, and Rome is going to need something other than warriors and Hystastus to deal with that type of push. Hopefully, we did see an early husbandry. Oh, we're getting military drill now, which is great for the Romans. Got to get those barracks up. Oh, man, unfortunately, Spoked Wheel is in here. We do have a horse in every single champion location. I really think... Oh, and we actually have a horse in almost every city. 4 of our cities have horses in them. So I would personally love to see a Spoked Wheel grab off of Rome. I might even go for it before Mill Drill, just because I know my champ seat can churn out a bunch of chariots. And if we have any sense of thinking that our opponent is going to do onagers, which we could potentially intuit by the fact that they already have Constitution, that tells us that they have... Whoops. That tells us that they have sovereignty, right? Which, if you're running a Sentinel Nation or maybe Sentinel Babylon, I feel like machinery is such an easy grab for that nation. So that would make me think, as Rome, get Spoked Wheel now while I have the opportunity, churn out a crap load of chariots, and that will also give me an advantage out in this potential open terrain battlefield. And we're going up against a Babylon that does not yet have spears. And, of course, that extra fatigue will allow us to hang our chariots back, let Babylon do a little bit of onager creepiness to posture. You know, of course, we're assuming that Babylon does crap job of scouting in that circumstance. But, you know, finger crossed, in the event they do, then we can swoop in and kill some stuff with chariots, which is quite nice all the time. All right, I'm going to take a pause here. I'm going to keep the camera here on the center, minimize this stuff so we can get maximum view. And I'm just going to go step away from the computer for a moment. Thank you so much for guys for joining us. 20 people in the chat currently. And if you're watching after the fact on YouTube, feel free to skip ahead by a minute or two. And I'll be back in a moment. And we're back. Have to say, I love this stepping out with the warrior here to get this pasture online. Really nice respect on the border situation, on your opponent, ability to maybe come out here and snipe a quick worker, decide to make that trade if they want to. So I love that defensive play there. Really annoying to lose a worker in general. And the politics of it makes it suck worse. So, ooh, more mines coming up for Rome as well. Wrapping up that economy. I wonder if it's even worth it trying to bother to settle the site, to be honest. The orders it would take to get all the way over here and do that. I mean, you get a settler wasted, but what? Just maybe upgrade it to a worker and just... Who cares about... The barbarians are never going to raid, so... Be curious what others might think in that situation. Another worker coming out. Hopefully this worker will start improving these growth resources after the order. I can respect grabbing the order first. I probably would have grabbed a fish first, but the pasture first makes sense. What's happening in Babylon? Ooh, granary is coming out. Nice. Nice. Kind of ironic that the barbarians never raid. Acadian's coming out now. Oh, are we a judge? Oh, that's awesome. We upgraded this. We upgraded a stronghold to a garrison. Or a garrison to a stronghold. Can do the same over here as well. In fact, can do the same pretty much everywhere. Which is delight. Upgrade! Yeah, I got a little note there. Upgrade, upgrade, upgrade. How do you even see these things? I don't understand how people see these things. Look how green this is. How does anyone even see this shit? I've complained about that more than once, but nobody else seems to care but me. But I can barely see this. And yes, I understand it flashes every now and then, but I don't know. I don't get it. 3 turns to machinery for the Babylonians as well. Gonna have the best of both worlds when it comes to doing splash damage. And we have a nice upgrade here. Love to see someone making use of the mechanic and not forgetting about it. Can be very easy to forget about your judge upgrade ability. A note here saying to move the scout. For fish? For harvest? Hopefully? Maybe? We'll find out. Another rebel. Crazy. Interesting how some of this is in Russian, but not all of it. I wonder what's up with that. The rebellion should be over now, though. Yeah, it's over. I don't use any colorblind mode myself. I don't know if that would help, because that note was basically green on green, so I'm not sure if that would even help. Yeah, you hear that, Fluffy? Ah, thanks, buddy. We can get an ambassador now. That could be handy. What choices do we have? I'd hate to lose the culture in per city. Wait, does anybody know if that we have negative culture in a city, it actually drains culture from the city, or does it just not grow? Anyone have an answer to that? Nice. 8 turns to developing now in the champ seat. Finally moving. One turn to military drill. A couple barracks coming up in here will be nice. And this miner's also going to finish as well, bringing us to 34 training. Ish. Finished a miner up here with Judge. Nice. Looks like we did not opt to get the master officer situation in this location. Bit unfortunate to see, but not a popular strategy at the moment, but I do think it's worth it. I think it's really, really worth it. I don't think I've ever even looked at these. What am I trying to do? Options. Oh. Interesting. That didn't work at all. Is that an observer thing? I wonder if they're bugged entirely. Oh, wait, no, I have to turn the filter on. Whoa! Look at that! Oh, my God. I want to play a game of Old World like this. That is gnarly. Look at that. That is gnarly. The sour gum is purple. That is crazy. I hope people don't mind me being fascinated that I don't want to sound insensitive to colorblind people, but I've never looked at these filters before. That was wild. The sorghum looked like lavender, but like neon lavender. Chop? Note from Babylon to chop these tiles. I think that's a good idea. With a question mark. Chip, chip. I think that's a good idea. I'm down with that. Drunkenmeister said the filter looks good, but it would look with a few gummies, it would look better. Yeah, imagine that. That would be funny. Look here, notification from Babylon. Tons of signs up. But this is another thing what I'm talking about. How are you supposed to see this these notifications in the woods? It's green on green. And same thing like Egypt on arid tiles. Egypt pins on arid tiles are practically invisible. Yeah, I don't get it. I know, I complain too much about stuff, but... Alright. Civic boost in the hand for the Romans. Also forestry. Kind of sucks to pass up forestry. I think we could use it. But we're civic boost is the obvious choice here. And then up to labor force. Honestly, machinery for the Romans would be good too. Getting into a war with someone with onagers when you do not have onagers is really, really annoying. I'd like to see machinery or spoked wheel after civics boost. And I'm guessing we're not going to see spoked wheel because it's not marked. But really, I think for these early stage games, if you don't see somebody leaning into spears, chariots are super strong, guys. I think you can really surprise someone by doing something like a Roman chariot, because people are expecting chariots from things like the Hittites or Persians or whatever else. But if the Romans come at you with a bunch of chariots, you could accidentally end up with mostly slingers or onagers, and that's going to be a bad time. Nice. Science upticked enough that it's now a 3-turn civics boost instead of a 1-turn civic boost. Good news for the Romans. I want to check that science rate one more time. 69 for Babylon, so really pulling ahead now. 400 science in the tech tree, or 300 science in the tech tree invested. So that momentum is starting to swing into Babylon, and this is one of the things you can be worried about when it comes to just letting your opponent sit back and turtle for a little bit, especially an eco-nation like Babylon, Egypt, Greece, probably even Kush as well. They scale very, very well. Those, nations like that, they can become the Sage nations, especially Sage clerics as well. Those are scaling nations, but Sage nations can start with an advantage and then grow that advantage. So it brings me a lot of anxiety to develop on the other side of the map from a Sage nation. I was actually worried about that a little bit in my game against Zophister when he picked Babylon. I almost didn't pick the Yushi for that reason. Because sages do sages things. But not an insurmountable position for Rome to be in. Rome could probably get their own onagers, get their own unique unit set up, and then fighting in these woods would actually be a really good thing for Rome. Though, would make sense to chop these forests for the Babylonians. And doom has come to the old world in the form of a flood. Just as we rushed out the iron miner. That's really funny. Just as we rushed out the iron miner, the iron mine gets destroyed. Good thing we can repair these. Imagine if that was permanent. That would be so annoying. And we're rushing out another officer now as well. And I'm curious, now that the ruler is here, I'm curious if we would see rushing up to the masters. Like, I would even sell food to achieve this. Maybe not food, because it... well, maybe food, actually. Yeah, I think it's so worth it. Especially because we're just about to start spamming onagers and unique units, right? So that... all of them coming out with a promotion on top of having Sentinel, in my opinion, feels so worth it. Another Fisher coming out. Give to cap, give to cap. You can only give one to the capital. Is it in the capital? No, it's not to the capital. Where is it? Did you send it directly? Where did you send the resource? Hunters, maybe? Yeah, okay, I can dig it. Want to get this border city up in culture? I can get behind that. That's fine. Speaking of culture, 6 turns to strong in Rome, which is a culture bonus card. 4 turns to strong in... Oh, I got this backwards, but 4 turns to strong in Rome for a culture bonus card, and 6 in Babylon for a culture bonus card. So pretty similar timing on that front. The card itself will likely show up in Babylon first due to the science rate. Pretty chill game. Nice early tension before turn 25 or around turn 25, but they've fell into a pretty solid development phase. Rome looking like they're putting no effort in getting this site under their command, which I think that's okay. Liking to see... Ooh. Yeah, this is a Shrine of Saul, which honestly I'd probably bulldoze this farm. You get more borders out, and also this would be the perfect location for a Shrine of Saul, since you can put lumber mills all around it. Don't be afraid of bulldozing resources. And just for clarity, what I mean when I say that is it's taking an urban resource, an urban improvement, and building it on top of a resource. And why I call it bulldoze is because it deletes, well, the resource for the rest of the game. The process of transforming the tile into an urban tile discards the resource for the rest of the game. And what you get from that is 5 times the harvest value of the resource, which is not the reason why we would bulldoze this wheat. It would be the reason why we bulldoze the lavender, which we discussed, but now it no longer matter. You don't need to do the bulldozing, culture rushing stuff when you're already developing. Bulldozing, culture rushing only makes sense when you're not developing. But the reason why I would bulldoze the wheat is because it's a really prime real estate for a Shrine of Sol, which I mean, I guess we're using this to buff the iron mine? Okay, I guess. Alright, that's not too bad. But forestry would have given us so much more trading. But I guess it's kind of out of the way from the direction that we're going in. Not liking the spare miner. The gold was fine, or the silver was fine. Not liking the random miner because 8 turns to get another citizen. We have military drill now. We'll be building barracks soon. We're going to want our citizens at this stage in the game for officers. 1 turn civics boost for the Babylonians. Wild. So we can civic rush out a few onagers. And depending on how aggressive we feel about timing, I might actually do that. Take a few turns. I mean, we don't really have the order economy to go to war, though, so maybe not. Although we will be fixing that with some more garrisons. But yeah, you could always chop more tiles, get some wood econ, and rush out a couple of unique units and a couple of onagers and go start a party in Rome. Well, you're going to need orders to do that, so probably going to wait to navigation or monasticism. Both are great options. What's our Zorro output? We have Zorro in every city except 2. Well, so I guess 3 out of 5 cities. I say every city except 2, like we have a lot of cities. Yeah, so we spread Zorro a little bit more, and both serfdom and monasticism will be worth 5 orders each. That'll be a nice boost. We have our another pearls now. Let's see if we remember to send it to the capital this turn. Six-turn onagers. 7-turn Acadians. 6-turn onagers. 7-turn Acadians. Oh, wait. There we go. 4-turn onagers. 5 turns Acadians. Nice. That's quite nice. Quite nice indeed. Quite nice indeed. That would be 4.8. I think we could get to 30 training, though, if we rushed out the elder officers in both of these, which would give us close to 3-turn onagers. Pretty reliably. So that is something to think about when you have a judge and trader's income. A really good synergy there. Bringing out some more slingers. Bringing out another barracks, I think. Oh, I like the Odeon. Not sure that drama was worth the pivot for it, but I do like the Odeon to help speed up the culture there. We already have 2 barracks? Oh, we are building a barracks right here. Okay. It looks like Wild Rook is running down the clock, so a tip for some of the newer players, because, you know, we still have build queues that we're looking at here, just end the clock early. Like, once you're done with your orders, unless you're really, like, trying to make sure that you resolve something before the turn passes over, feel free to just end your turn. That's going to help you bank time. Pretty sure the less time you use on your turn, the more that you bank towards the ability to add time to the extension. I'm not 100% sure that's how that works, because I almost always forget to use the extension. Volva asks, how does the bonus card from Strong Culture event work? As soon as you hit Strong Culture, the bonus tech card goes into your discard pile. And it's rolled into your draw pile when you redraw. So like any other any other moment where you research a technology, it just goes directly to the discard pile until you're ready to reshuffle the deck. What are we looking at for orders between both players? Looking good for Rome, 27 to 19. I think some of that's coming from serfdom though, right? No serfdom either. So that's nice use of the pastures. He's getting an extra 2 orders from these pastures eventually, which is nice. Does he have the higher legitimacy? Yep, also just jumped up an extra 20 legitimacy, so that's another 2 orders for the Roman player. That's nice. That's good news for Rome. And the rebellion has ended. We're healing ourselves up. Ooh, we have nice possibility to get strike 3 on this warrior. I don't understand the question. Does it provide the same bonus? It's a unique unit bonus card. So everybody gets the when every nation hits Strong Culture, the unique bonus unit card, which provides 2 copies of your unique unit. If you research it, it goes into your discard pile. So much like researching this free chariot would get us a chariot for Babylon, in 4 turns when we hit Strong, one of these bonus cards for 2 Akkadian archers is going to go into our discard pile. And we'll draw it into our hand whenever we draw it into our hand. And that works for everybody. So yes, it works. It provides the same bonus, I think is the answer to the question. Oh, do we already have forestry? No, that's a pin. That's another reason why I hate pins. They make me think that people have a technology that they don't have. Another Akkadian archer coming out. Another, so it's going to be 2 shortly. Combined with the bonus card will be 4. Combined with any other ones we decide to build. Yeah, that's going to make a nice force. Some onagers on your back line on these hills. Advance with some Akkadians out into the open. And then if anyone tries to aggress onto your Akkadians, they will get obliterated by an onager line. And there's nice rivers here too to make use of that as well. And yes, it also, thank you, Sean, it also happens that Legendary, you get another bonus unique unit card, and it's your 8 strength version. Although that one's a bit too pricey for my tastes, so I don't always grab it. I think the costs are $250 versus $700? Or something like that. Like the second one's really expensive. It's like a $500 or $700 tech. Let's see if I can look it up, actually. $250. And damn, wow, yeah. $250 and $700. I don't even get those technologies all that often, and I remember how much it was. That's funny. Yeah. I think 700. If it was like 500, I'd grab it regularly after the end of a culture rush, or semi-regularly anyway. But 700 is pretty steep. I think if you get to legendary very quickly, sometimes your science rate does not match up to spend that much effort getting even 2 8 strength units. I think by that timing, you're probably reaching close to something your 7 law tempo. So you're probably better to just keep staying focused in the deck, trying to get your 7th law rather than spending, 8 to 10 turns, not 8, so 8-ish turns. Well, yeah, no, 8 to 10 turns. If you have less than 100 science per turn, it will be more than 7 turns. So yeah, really fascinating that this worker's just ignoring all this fish. And I think this is our first quarry in the game for Rome. Labor force, so we can get our unique unit. Oh man, which is unfortunate because I really would love to see the Romans grab spoked wheel. Of course, we're working with perfect knowledge, and the Romans are not. But I think Babylon's pretty easy to read, because a lot of people love the Akkadian archers, so you know that they're going to be coming. And it's really easy and synergistic for Babylon to go for onagers too, so you can pretty rely on the fact that those are going to be coming too. So if you're Rome, you can rely on your Hystastus to crack open any spears that show up anyway, since Hystastus will wreck spears. And then you can use your chariots for the rest. So I think if you're Rome into Babylon, I think there should be a little bit more of a priority on spoked wheel than people will probably keep in the back of their minds. I think that's what I would do if I were in this game up against Babylon. I think I would be thinking about an early spoked wheel. Champion seat chariots? Come on, man. It doesn't get much better than that. We'd be able to churn out. We're almost at a point where we can start 2-turning chariots. That's nuts. 2-turn chariots against 4 to 5-turn Akkadians? Come on. That's fantastic. That's fantastic. You run circles out in this open terrain. And the chariots are mobile enough that you won't really need to have them bunch up, too, which will diminish the strength of the Akkadians and the onagers. So, yeah. Maybe somebody can give that a go, let us know how it works, but the Roman chariot against the Babylonian splash composition. I think it has legs. It's what I would do. 2 barracks coming out. See? Okay. Well, I like that he did put 1 barracks up front. That's not too bad. She. Yeah, honestly, I really think that if you're going to... Oh, well, I guess we're going to clear now. But I was going to say, especially because we can build a 3-turn... maybe not. I don't know. I'm debating on if I would have upgraded this ages ago by the time I decided I wasn't going to be clearing this anytime soon. Maybe. Of course, it can always feel bad to upgrade a settler into a worker and then need to build another settler. So, I can understand not doing that as well. Nice. Barracks coming online. And we have developing culture out here. And developing culture. We have developing culture in all 3 of our military cities. So that's actually, again, that's thanks to our rebellion. 50, easily 40 or 50 of that culture in each of these cities came from the full rebellion we experienced. So I love that interplay there, where the epics law actually made that rebellion pay off in a very real advantage for the Roman player. That's Just really cool to see. So there's another thing. If you're going to build the random farmer for whatever reason, ignoring whether that's a good idea or a bad idea, at least pick the best possible farm. This is a 9 gold, 12 food farm that's about to get a farmer in it. So even ignoring whether we should or shouldn't build these random farmers in different locations, you're skipping, and you've built these two guys, right? You're actually... This is the third farmer in a random farm that you're going to build that has skipped the best tile, the best non-barley, non-wheat, non-whatever tile that you have in this region. So start, if you're going to do stuff like this, start with the best tiles first. Culture from epics only goes to the immediate city, but why all of these benefited from about 40 or 50 culture is because the full rebellion spawned about 3 units in every city, and then in the time it took for the full rebellion to clear, each city was dealt at least one other rebel each. So Rome had to deal with 3 rebels, or 3 or 4 rebels in every single champion city. Fortunately, he had units in the region to deal with that pretty painlessly. I mean, it took time and orders, yeah, but wasn't really a major setback. And in fact, it wasn't a major setback because we got culture from it. So if anything, it actually, in a weird way, helped us out. Which is pretty neat to see, because sometimes people really don't like those rebels, and they can cause a lot of trouble, but they actually, in a roundabout way, helped out the Romans. Which is pretty neat, if I do say so. Pretty neat indeed. 3 turns on labor force for the Romans. That will get us our 4th law in time enough for us to start building strongholds in our city. We need this top city up here to start a garrison. Rome deliberately expanded towards the middle and let the Barb camp hang. Well, they might have discovered it a little bit later. But I think they knew it was there. But they chose to take the middle from Babylon, and we'll see if that pays off long term. Feel like that might have been a mistake. Well, taking the middle is always nice, but I think they haven't really done too much with the tempo out here. Like, this city was settled a long time ago. Let's take a peek if I can figure it out. Nope, it's all in Russian, so I can't. Never mind. And there's not very much development in this city relative to when it was settled. So Babylon, on the other hand, and because this city site has never been taken, it's 6 cities to only 5. So there's only a 1 city difference. And even once we settle this, that 1 city is going to take a while to become very meaningful to the game. So Babylon has enjoyed a relatively tame game. There was some tension early on, but it was mostly mental tension. Didn't really amount to much. Rome lost a warrior, but that was no big deal. They still secured a site and all this stuff. But for the most part, Babylon has had a pretty chill game. Looks like Babylon went and got the free chariot from a bonus card, I am guessing. I think so. With great grab. Nice to get that when it doesn't compete with one of the other better bonus cards, but a routing unit is always fantastic, and that's just one of these is exactly what Babylon could use in their composition. Promoting this very high up in strike could have value, and then tossing a really good... Oh, look at this. 21% attack general. Rising star at 2. Or even put your king on it for really good defense to keep it alive. Lots of nice options. Lots of nice options. Another garrison coming out, so good. Getting up on the order economy a little bit more for Babylon. Goods boost coming out. So using our science advantage as Babylon to gobble up a bunch of bonus cards. Does make sense. You could go either way with that. You could just stay on course and ignore bonus cards. Really depends on what you're doing and what your aim is. I think when I was doing the Uzi Stirrup Rush in my previous game, I think I got a grand total of like maybe 2 bonus cards. So I skipped Stone Boost. What else did I skip? I don't think it matters, but I think I only got Stone Boost and the Free Maceman. I skipped the Onager. And I didn't even bother with Aristocracy, so there's no... I might have gotten the Food Boost, actually. I tend to like to grab the Food Boost. I think it's nice early on. I think Food Boost is an underrated bonus tech card. Personally, I think it's worth it. Especially if you're playing something like an Orator or somebody who had really crappy early economy. Barracks coming out in Brixia. Another barracks coming out in Brixia. Interesting placement on these. Not really prioritizing the adjacency, which I'm okay with. I do that. But I wonder if Juljette is doing that because they're unfamiliar with the dynamic. Certainly is something nice to be aware of, but I don't think you need to go too crazy maximizing that adjacency personally. It does add up over time and over the long game. But, yeah, I don't know. I never really worried too much about it. Ooh, nice. I like the ranchers. That's going to be nice orders. Another rancher. Cool, cool, cool. Okay. Don't want to see the champ seat do it, though. That should be... If we're building another specialist, this should be an officer. We're going to get a new citizen and the barracks done in 3 turns, so we can time that nicely. If we would like. Really don't like the grabbing of the miner. In fact, if we were going to do another random specialist, if the pasture was already online, we probably could have done the horse. I like... The Yuji taught me how to do so much in this game. They're such a weird, wacky nation that you can do so many different things with. And I think in the month it took me to like practice them and play them a whole bunch, I think I learned so many new things about the game that aren't even just applicable to them, that you can take into other nations. And it's really neat. I think that's one of the values of playing different factions and trying out different tips and tricks with different factions or different archetypes. Because it can be easy to think that you just play all of these nations the same way, and you can. You can just kind of stick to the same general blueprint with every nation that you play. But they're a lot more diverse than I think people realize. And even as something as simple as this opening tech layout can really define what you're capable of in the early game. And even into the mid game. And then, of course, family choices are an obvious one. Archetype picks are an obvious one. And the Yuji's starting tech layout is so weird that it really forces some interesting and creative decision-making, I think. And through practicing them, I feel like I've learned a lot about the game. And I've developed some new interesting skills, which is really, really cool. Same goes for the Tamil. You know, you learn, when you start learning to think about secession and changing secession laws and who sits where and what role in the kingdom, and you're paying so much attention to it, I think you're bound to pick up a couple of skills that maybe weren't on the forefront of your mind when you're playing other nations that don't really care about that stuff. It's not really important. Well, I mean, it is important, but it's not as important to the other nations as the Tamil nation. So it's been fun to explore the new nations and the different ways they can approach the gameplay. Because they still play the game the same, right? But it's just subtle different twists and turns, which is really cool. 52 science for Rome now, so that's pretty solid on turn 50. I'm keeping that bare minimum benchmark that I talk about. But of course, the gap between Rome and Babylon is growing deeper and deeper. Juljette is going to have to probably, I think the next tip I would suggest for Juljette is practice your science game. I mean, you can win if you're coming up near a timing attack. So we're getting our 4th law now. We're going to be able to get our garrisons. If we could do like a nice cheeky 50-60 turn timing attack with, you know, maybe there were a couple of chariots we could have grabbed. If we could have gotten spoked wheel, get your 4 laws, get your Hystastus. 50 science is fine. It doesn't matter if Babylon has 80 or 100 science by now, because if you can kill them in the next 15 turns, then who cares? But I don't think that's the issue we're facing, is I don't think Juljette's in a position to just walk across the map and kill Babylon either. So that's the thing that's the give and take that you need to think about. In terms of your science progression, it's like, is this a 70-turn game or is this a 120-turn game? Because if it's a 70-turn game, then sure, 50 science on turn 50 is fine. If it's a 120-turn game, then you're really starting to fall behind, because your opponent, if they're playing a later game strategy, very likely has, or if they're just skilled at the game, like the more skilled players can get something like 80 science, you know, in 30 turns, right? So that's something to be mindful of. But yeah, if they're playing a longer game or a higher skill level than you, then you can start falling behind, even if you're hitting those benchmarks. Because remember, when I talk about those benchmarks, they are bare minimum benchmarks, meaning you don't want to be lower than that position. Ideally, you want to be higher, and you want to be doing better than any number or thing that I say as a benchmark. That's not a standard. And if you actually look in the stats for the tournament, it's really interesting, because the median science output for nations does actually track along that benchmark. I think when I looked the other day, it was like 80 science on turn 80. It was like 52 science on turn 50 or something like that. It's very close to the science, like matching the turn that the game is on. But again, that's across multiple different games. That metric's looking across multiple different games, comparing different numbers across different players and stuff like that. So in one game, you might have a player who has 120 science on turn 50. That's going to be, I still think you have a chance if you're hitting that minimum benchmark, but that minimum is like, you want to be above it, right? Ideally. Acadian Archer coming out, Acadian Archer coming out, a Farmer coming out. That's weird. One that we rushed. I wonder why we did that. I wonder where we did that. Oh, up top here? Interesting. Huh. Not sure what the deal with that was. Was that a civic rush too? We have a lot of civics. Ooh, get the elephant, get the elephant, get the elephant. Oh, man. I mean, honestly, hydraulics would probably end this game. So get hydraulics, actually. But elephants are always fun. And I think you could have a really cool composition with a bunch of slingers, a bunch of Acadians, a couple of onagers, and then one chariot and one stompy. That would make a nice, kind of like rounded out composition for an early invasion. Of course, if you just want to end the game, get hydraulics, crap out a couple of ballista with your amazing civics, and then just go destroy Rome, because Rome will not be able to do anything against ballistas unless they get spoked wheel in the next 10 turns. So that's another notch for the Roman chariot play. Really important to not neglect chariots, especially in these tiny, small knife fight maps, because the onager strategy is still a strong play, both on defense and even on offense. Once your opponent starts coming at you with onagers, it's really difficult to deal with. So, your two best recourses against that potential threat is your own onagers, which if you're up against someone like Babylon, they're probably going to beat you to onagers no matter what you do, because they start with rhetoric, and everybody goes to aristocracy early anyway, so they already have You know, so they're going to do divination to aristocracy, same as most other players will do in many frequent situations. And so that means they're already one tech away. They can from sovereignty. They can already immediately start researching it after aristocracy. Whereas you, if you go divination into aristocracy, you are still have to go administration, which not a lot of people like to research, rhetoric, and then sovereignty. So by the time you get sovereignty, the average Babylonian player could probably already have machinery, or certainly be close to it. So, if you're up against Babylon, and you're worried about that technique, that onager push, you can either try to match that and get your own onagers, or just a quick pivot, get yourself spoked wheel, especially if you're a champ nation, and start cranking out chariots. This seat can do a 3 to 2 turn chariot easily. This is basically, with 37 trainer per turn, this is essentially a 2-turn chariot. And then that little onager creep strategy without any spears is gonna collapse. That said, the Romans do have machinery in their hand now, and it's marked. I think that's the way to go. Might as well just grab it now. And so they can start bringing out a very reliable and comfortable 3-turn onagers. However, we need to get more quarries on the map. Turn 51 and we have 1 quarry. Not a great look if you're thinking about bringing in onagers. 2 quarries. Still need a diplomat as well. Politics in Rome has been a little shaky for a while. Could influence this character. I've seen this in a different game. It took forever for one of the families to convert to a religion. So very important. Check the opinion status of your characters, your religious people. So this guy likes us. 80 opinion. We do a quick influence mission. Get them to pleased. Then take this guy and convert the oligarch or anyone in the family to the paganism. Don't need to build a shrine there. And that will turn this family into pagan as well and help you get that opinion up and running. It doesn't, and in this case, with the opinion level of our religions, it wouldn't even matter which one you chose. But of course, we can't get. It's going to be harder to get this character to please, so it's easier to just pick one that you can get to pleased easily. Doesn't even have to be the matching one of your families that are, sorry, of the religions that your families are following, as long as the opinion is currently positive. Ideally, if you can get them all matching the same religion, that's nice, but you don't have to do that. I think people make more of a big deal of that than they probably should. $15 orders left for Rome. What are we thinking about? What are we doing? We're clearing the city back here. So this will definitely get cleared next turn, which is nice, and then we'll have a fresh, brand new city. The nice thing about this location, with all these pearls here, though, this will hop up to developing culture pretty quickly. So this actually will contribute relatively quickly, I think, especially if we bring in landowners and we can migrate some of these workers down here and start getting this culture online immediately. That would be the best way. Or, of course, statesmen do the same thing, migrate some workers over here. So either statesmen or landowners, I think I would prefer to see landowners. Of course, you'd get... No, yeah, I mean, you can do statesmen. It doesn't matter. Take the order. Who cares? Getting an order advantage on Babylon is easy, but it's also very helpful. Maybe that's one of the reasons, balance-wise, when you think about it, that they don't have the best order economy. Because, I mean, their unit is a really good range unit, so that naturally is going to save them orders over time in conflict. But then again, I think about Kush, who has a fantastic order economy and also has a ranged unit. So maybe they have nothing to do with each other. State religion plus spread. No, yep. Influence. An influence note in Babylon. I wonder who... Oh, the political situation in Babylon is not that great, but we don't have a diplomat, an ambassador on the throne. So, ooh, we could get a really nice one. 1.8 culture per city. 30 family opinion. Well, 40, but minus the religious opinion, so that will compound. Yeah, Duchess Ninsunu. Ooh, and we're getting spears now. Nice to see from Babylon, shoring up that potential weakness. I didn't even notice that they've been taking phalanx this whole time. So that's going to help solve any potential threat from chariots. But again, we're still very heavy on the range composition. In terms of current present units, we could only get 2 spears, which is not enough to completely protect a unit composition from enough chariots. But still, nice to see the phalanx grab it anyway. And of course, the Romans with their Hastases will be able to destroy spears as well, so it's still going to be a little complicated. If 2 healthy, robust, complete army compositions go up against each other. Nice to see some road network coming online as well. Not sure I really understand the curvature aspect of it, though. I probably would have just done... Although, is he going to build a road across, too, for the capital? Maybe that's what he's doing. But otherwise, I probably would have just come straight down. I like to keep my road lines as straight as possible. I know it's a hex grid, so it probably doesn't really matter all that much, but... I don't know, feels better to me. This is a pretty good game. I think both players are pretty solid game. I think there's a clear advantage brewing for the Babylonians. I think mayhaps the Romans missed an opportunity for more aggressive early aggression. And it kind of like one of those things where it's like you're either going to do it or you're not. So Roma either should have went all in early, or when settling these sites should have really focused on the economics. Like, I think both of these sites built 2 warriors or something like that, maybe even 3, before they built their first worker. And you definitely want to do that the other way around, unless you're going to take all of those warriors and throw them into your opponent and, you know, I don't know, do some damage. So, losing a bit of tempo on that end. But really, with where we're at now, with 52 science and the economy that we have, I feel like if we did choose to eco-develop these cities instead of spam out a few warriors, would be in a very similar spot as Babylon, I think. Entirely possible. And we are getting machinery for Rome. That's going to be great news if we can get some onagers up. Neither player building a wonder, by the way. 50 turns into the game, not a single wonder grabbed from either player. Strong cities on the map now, so I would love to see Babylon make a power play here and turn their economy. Oh yeah, they have tons of metal too. I would love, love, love to see Babylon build the Chthon. That would be such a great grab strategically on this map. Maybe you don't need to spend the resources to do it, but boy, if you start cranking out the occasional trireme, that's going to allow you to put a lot of coastal pressure on your opponent, whether you're defending or attacking. It doesn't matter. Like if they try to attack up here and you have a trireme anchored up here, that's great flanking potential, and a little less easier to pull off down here, but still same thing. If you have a trireme, you can hop behind these lines and really mess with a player's ability to attack into you. And then, of course, if you're attacking in, you could anchor 2 triremes, and that just becomes a real pickle to defend. Mm-hmm. Yep. Oh, and then the other thing about the triremes, too, if you're lucky enough to get amphibious, but even if you're not, once you go to war, and if you're fighting along a coast, they can really hammer the units on the coastline, especially if you're lucky to get amphibious. They're 8 strength units, right? I think so, because the Byream's 6. Yeah, they're 8 strength units. So if you're lucky enough to get amphibious, you basically have an extra 8 strength unit, and that makes it again really tactically difficult to fight battles along coastlines because you don't want your units hugging the coasts. No, I'm talking about Cathones. Cathones give you a trireme for free every 10 turns, and one pops out once you build it. So I was saying that it would be cool to see Babylon build the Cathone. Building another scout though, so I suspect they're gearing up to make an aggressive move, which will be fun. And if they time this well enough, they could certainly take a city off of Rome. But I think Rome's going to have an opportunity to get onagers in these hills pretty handily. Because they can do 3-turn onagers. In fact, they'll do a 3-turn onager, then a 2-turn onager, then a 3-turn onager, then a 2-turn onager. That's how this training output's going to work with overflow, pretty much. So that's a really good pacing of onagers. If we look over at Borsippa, which I believe had the highest training here, they're stuck on 4 turns. So not only is it 3 turns, it's 3 and 2. So their rate of onager production would be higher. Let's look at the overall training in the Babylonian Empire. Okay, one city was 25, one city was 20, one city was 18, one city was 16. If we hop on over to Rome instead, we have a 40, 16, 16, 14, 14. So overall, a little bit higher training in the Babylonian Empire. But that one champion city is going to really put in a lot of work. It's going to be a 3-turn unique unit there as well. While we're consistently looking at 5-turn unique units, 8-turn unique units, things like that. So the champ seat will reliably produce 3-turn unique units as well. So that's really quite nice. Any chance that the Romans have the ability to toss a judge in here? Ooh, wow. They really do. This would be the best example of what I was talking about earlier, where you get your 2 officers set up, then you just Elder Rush the remaining 2. You can get more training output because you're a champ seat, right? But then again, every unit you produce from this location will be coming out at an extra... they'll have 1 level. They'll start with 1 level worth of XP, which is quite nice. Curious about orders now. Still advantage orders for Rome, and they don't have serfdom. So this is a 7 order per turn advantage on the Roman side without serfdom. Did we settle statesmen over here? Oh, we actually did landowners. Cool. That's fun. Nice. All right, so now the landowners officially have the most cities, which will make them happy. This is one of the reasons why I like flatland mines. We're spending 5 turns, because this is an off-type worker on this hill, to get 9 metal per turn. If we just came here, we'd be spending 4 turns to get 7 metal per turn. So it's 1 extra order and 1 extra turn just for a net gain of 2 metal per turn, which isn't to say it's worth it. You can mine there. You can mine on this hill too. But, or But I would have started by mining on the flat, and then mine. The skipping of the tiles, in my opinion, seems a bit unnecessary. I think what happens is players lose efficiency by spending orders traversing terrain to get to the quote-unquote better location, where in reality you should just mine this location, then this location, then this location, then just mine every tile. Really looking good in Babylon, militarily speaking. I want to look at the power score in a second, but before I do that, I want to check out what is up with... Oh, no, I'm sorry about that. What is up with this rebel? Maybe an event? Okay. So let's look at power. See where we're at. Babylon's shooting up in power now that the unique units have come online. So with a relatively even military score, I think Babylon would win in a fight because they have 3 unique units and a chariot against nothing but warriors. So yeah, Babylon would definitely take that fight if they went toe-to-toe right now in this situation. But Rome does have more time to bring in onagers and give themselves a chance. And unique units, of course. We're building a stronghold now in Tarico. So still time for the Romans to diversify their composition. But if the Babylonians attack in approximately the next 10 turns, I do not believe that is a fight that the Romans can win. And in fact, in 2 turns, we'll have navigation, which will resolve at least a little bit our order issue. And we could stop in 3 turns. We can stop improving workers, which we'll get. So we'll get an extra 10 orders per turn in the next 3 turns if we decide we want to go to war. That's one of my favorite things about this game is the give and take between economic development and military aggression. You kind of, for most of the game, really can't do both. So it creates this interesting question of, if you try to aggress, you're basically making an active decision to not develop your economy. So that's another thing that makes the push and pull between defensive turtle eco growth versus aggressive harass and or trying to end the game early. That's one of the things that makes it so interesting. The game really is beautifully designed. Even though, of course, it's very much like the Civilization franchise, I still, in many ways, feel like I've never played a game quite like this, with all the different nuanced mechanics and the way they, mix and match and marry each other beautifully in a lot of different ways. In some ways that I'm not even sure were completely intentional in the design so much as a consequence of the evolution of its design and things just kind of having a moment where you implement a mechanic, implement a different mechanic, and they're supposed to work together, yes, but then as a consequence that results in a third mechanic that wasn't really involved with the other two, now suddenly shining even more. Yeah, the weird granary placements are kind of... I mean, this is one that's not as bad, actually. Gandhi nukes, yeah. For me, the Civilization franchise feels a lot like one of those shows that becomes so popular it kind of collapses under its own fan base. So the best example I can think of is Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones was a fantastic show, is a fantastic show, but it became so popular and so part of the culture of media that, they started doing all those talk shows after the fact, and there was all this online discourse trying to predict what would happen, that eventually it kind of, like, for me anyway, it killed the whole experience because it felt like you knew what was going to happen the week before an episode came out because no one would shut the hell up about it. And everything just felt so meta, right? It didn't feel like I was watching a TV show anymore so much as I was part of some fad. And in a roundabout, in a weird way, I kind of feel that way a little bit about Civilization. Like, it felt like it was fun until it wasn't. And I'm not really quite sure why it stopped being fun. One turn navigation. Now for the Babylonians. Gonna get that order economy. So many notes. Legalism. State religion spread. Seek political allies. Oh, did we get unpopular? So it looks like we cleared it. So good job seeking your political allies. Did we ever end up giving a resource to capital? No. See, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. We have 3 different notes telling us to give these pearls to the capital. And what have we done in all of this time that we've had these pearls? Did we give them to the capital? No. What the hell is the point of these notes? You're just going to make a note and then you're going to forget about them. That's really funny. That's really funny. So we have another pearl here, which makes sense. What do we do? A pearl up here? Nope. Pearl in sages? Yeah. Okay. That's really, really funny to me, though. Nice. Oh, wait. What just happened? Did we just rush out an apprentice officer, a poet here, and then upgrade this thing, deleting our poet in production? Because that's how that works, and I think we just saw that happen. Somebody go back for 2 seconds. Did we just mess that up? I think we just messed that up. Am I wrong about that? I feel like we just rushed something out of the city, but there's nothing rushed in the queue. I might be wrong about that. And we don't have the... Yeah. If the poet doesn't leave the build queue and you upgrade the building, the poet you're building disappears. So maybe that's what happened. Maybe it was just a regular apprentice poet with no production in it yet. I don't know. We have an opportunity to spread Judaism to Brixia. See if we take it. 3 turns to machinery for the Romans. How long have we been playing? Curious. 3 hours. That's a nice strong session from our players. Looking good. Oh, man. Yeah. No, this is a really good session. 55 turns, 3 hours. Not too bad. Great decisions made on both sides. Nice build-up on both sides. I think the ownage is really going to help Rome out here from any potential Babylonian aggression. Not sure how long our players intend to play. Let me see if they mention that in our group chat. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Where is our group chat? Oh, here it is. No, they didn't mention a time today. Yeah, it's a nice derp moment indeed. My thing is I really feel like we literally just civic rushed this thing and then upgraded. I think we did both in the same turn. I'm not 100% sure, but if we did, that's definitely a derp moment for sure. Nice. Master Officer here from the Romans. Liking that because we can rush by it next turn, really, with our gold income. Nice to see us getting... Oh, we're getting lots of officers everywhere. This is nice for Rome. This is going to equalize that training output very nicely. And we have another... Oh, and we have a stronghold coming out in 2 turns. Looking really good for Rome. I want to check out that metal production. I know we're building lots of mines right now. We're starting to. Yeah, we have 2 under production, a 3rd under production. Yeah, really want to build more mines. I think we're good on food, though, Juljette. I mean, I love that you have lots of food. I do this myself, personally, especially with landowners, because you're also making money off of these tiles. But I think 255 food per turn is solid. So you can cool it on the farms and just start spamming mines everywhere. But I love the setup. But that's what's nice about this. 255 food per turn on turn 56. You never need to build another food resource for the rest of the game. Maybe get the crabs online for the growth. But like you're solid. And personally, I like to do that. I think that's fun, because then you literally just never need to worry about food. Looks like you're selling a lot of food as well. So you'd be saving yourself some trouble just by spamming quarries and mines at this point. You're really behind in quarries and mines. So I think the landowners guys can chill on the farms. Bring them down here. Bring them over here. Yeah, migrate this guy this way. Heal him up. Migrate this way and just mine this whole ridge. And this guy can come down here and, I don't know, do more mines or get the pearls online. You can, honestly, both of these workers can leave the capital. They don't need to be in here. You could build another one for 1 turn. That's a great use of migration. Just heal this guy up, send him to this city, migrate this guy down this city, take 1 turn worth of build cube, building out a new worker, and there you go. You have a worker for the capital if you need it, which you kind of don't really. Also, buy these tiles. We haven't seen tile buying at all. So, missing out a core strength there from the landowners. But, yeah, I think you're good on food. I think you're pretty good on food. Now, the nice thing about running around spamming mines is it's going to help you chop trees in certain locations and get extra wood, which will be useful for your onagers. Also, we spent all this time putting random miners in this location. Oh, sorry, farmers in this location, which, I mean, fine, whatever. But in addition to not picking the highest tile, you should be picking the tile that's generating wood. Anyway, that's another missed opportunity from this little farmer spamming thing. Neat to see, though. I mean, I think there's some value to doing this sometimes. I'm not necessarily sure I'm feeling it in this game. And again, we don't need more food, but it is generating science. I'd be curious about the difference in science between capitals. 15 per turn versus 21 per turn. Yeah, so that's not a huge difference. If you think about, everybody always stresses about the value of all the urbans, and of course you get other value from the trading and all that stuff, so I'm not saying that the landowners thing is superior or anything like that, but we have an elder shopkeeper from the fair, we have 2 apprentice officers and 2 apprentice acolytes, right? So that's a sizable urban development, and we have 21 science per turn, compared to this wacky Roman capital that's almost exclusively farmers, right? And they're only 6 science behind. So, I mean, that's pretty neat. What do we have for a capital guy in here? We don't even have a science person enhancing anything. So our schemer would be another 6.6 science in the city, right? Which would get us to over 20 science, like 21-ish, compared to... So that's 6.6 from the governor compared to no science. So we could do 6.7 from a governor. Yeah, so I guess we'd still be 6 behind, but still, nonetheless, pretty funny to see. Some distant scouting into the ocean from the Babylonians. Another thing, I have 100 civics per turn. It takes 100 civics to swap my judge around. And why am I going to spend 5 years building a master poet when I could just put myself back in the city if I need to, or look for another judge, which we have, toss him into this city, and just rush by this stuff. We have so much gold. We have 2,000 gold, we're making 400 per turn. Rush the elder poet out. rush the elder officers out, and then move your judge to a different location. Do the same thing. We have lots of judges in Babylon, though. There's 2 here. You could get a 3rd here. You could get... not one that you can get here other than your ruler. Yeah, judge buying is very, very powerful. Onager coming out in 2 turns, which is nice. Another Akkadian coming out in 1 turn, which is nice. And Onager coming out in 6 turns, which I'd honestly like to see rushed, to be honest. Maybe in 1 more turn. Spend the civics to rush it out. That's another high value thing to do with civic income, such as 100 per turn. And we do have a note here saying that we want to get legalism. No, not legalism. Oh, we did get legalism. Interesting. I think for the Babylonians, actually divine rule would also work. We have colonies set up. Could love to see some colony buying. Is that what this scout's going to do up here? We're going to buy along the coast? Let's keep an eye out for that. Let's keep an eye out for that. Oh, did I miss that in Rome? Oh, we can get 8 science. Well, yeah, 10 science. Yeah, so that's kind of what I'm talking about. This is a landowner city with nothing but rural specialists, which is not your first thought when you're thinking about science, right? This is literally just... Look at how many farmers. It's 1 apprentice acolyte, and everything else is a farmer or a rancher or fisher, right? But we can get an extra 10 science from that, which is going to bring us to 25 science per turn, which honestly, as far as science cities go, is not too bad. I know we can all do, 40 or 50 or whatever else is crazy, but you can really get a lot with a high gross landowner's location. And it certainly, as we can see here, helps you develop an economy where you never need to worry about food for the rest of the game. So there's some other wacky benefits to it. Think of it this way: you're saving orders through that, because, well, I mean, I guess we built all the farms, but we're certainly never going to need to build another farm or even any of these nets if we don't want to. So you could consider this 3 orders saved per net, I guess. I don't know. It's weird. Weird, but cool. Ooh, chariot moving up. And we are seeing tile buying along the coast. And a chariot moving forward. Chopping sprees happening on Rome. Not clear chopping, but I guess that's okay. My preference is to clear chop, but who knows. Maybe we'll get a lot of regrowths. Personally, I think it's more order efficient to just run around and clear chop. Citizenship will be 6th law. How close are we to 7 then after that? Is monasticism in the draw pile? Stop swapping automatically on me. Damn it. Is monasticism in the draw pile? No. It's not. It could be, though. There's 1 slot for it. Free Akkadian archers is also in the draw pile for a cycle if we want it, which is nice. And then, of course, hydraulics would hurt a lot for Rome. So we may end this session with some early aggression. One turn on machinery left for Rome. And then it'll be onager time. Although we don't have the stone! God damn it. 57 turns and 2 quarries. And we're selling so much food at this point that it's not even going to make us a lot of money. This is basically just an extra 266 gold per turn at this stage, if we try to sell any of it. Seeing more mines come up, though, that's nice. But yeah, we really need to get on the quarries as well. Every worker should be building quarries. Or mines. Either or. But every single worker should be building a quarry or a mine. I wouldn't even bother building these barracks and garrisons back here. I'd just be building mines and quarries. Anywhere you can fit. Wacky that we're building another farmer. That's amazing. Actually, honestly, I kind of don't hate this. It's quirky and it's fun and it's neat. I don't think this aspect alone of this game will be like a defining game-ending decision. I think other elements of like not having a quarry in 50 turns will add up. But I actually don't mind the super mega food farmer city from the capital. Like, I think that's quirky and neat. I think you could work. I think you could make something like that work. What would have been really great, right? I talked about getting spoked wheel a bunch, right? Especially in this champ seat, you get 2-turn chariots. This would have been perfect if we went with that idea, right? If this champ seat has been spamming chariots every 2 turns for the last, like, 20 turns, well then, yeah, man, this crazy mega food landowners situation suddenly makes a crap load of sense. So I think there would be a reason to do something like this, even though it's probably not the first thing any of us would think about. But yeah, champion seat on some iron, getting up to what is now 49 training per turn. With a horse, with spoked wheel, you'd be doing 2 and 1 turn chariots pretty regularly. I think it would go 2-2-1, 2-2-1, something like that, or 2-2-1, 2-1-2. Anyway, shitload of chariots and all the food in the world to afford them. So that actually could be really fun. I think that's would be a strategy that could be worth looking into. Very quick Roman chariot mega spam strategy. And of course, with the extra fatigue, those chariots would be extra scary. Four orders left for the Babylonians. Citizenship in 1 turn. Could get a few more extra orders from Divine Rule, or could pump up our civic output even more with legalism. I think there's a case for both in this situation. Orders are always good, but civics would help us rush stuff out. And we have enough stone income now to maintain solid onager production. We have 92 per turn compared to something like 6 over in Rome. They're looking really, really good for the Babylonians right now, mid-game. Ooh, Doom comes to the old world in the form of a sandstorm. Not too bad, though. Only a couple of hits on some workers. Sandstorm is another cool one. I like this graphic also. Wow, yeah, it's a pretty graphic. All right, what's next for the Babylonians? The one tech that they do not have highlighted is the one tech that I think they need more than anything currently in this game. Did Babylon go for hydraulics yet? No, they're gonna make that decision next turn. Yeah, they really need chariots. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. There's 2 potential spears in the entirety of Babylon, and no other ones being made at the moment. So there's 2 warriors that can get upgraded into spears, and that's it. In fact, I can only see one. I'm sure there's another one. Oh, it's up here, yeah. Boy. I think that's one of the difficult things that I guess requires experience, right? And the ability to read an opponent, get a sense of what the opponent is capable of. Of course, sometimes this can backfire, and I talked about this before, where sometimes those of us with more experience or intuition, I guess, can intuit wrong. You know, a player can think, oh, I'm going to build all of this stuff because I'm preparing for onagers from Babylon, and maybe Babylon decides to rush Macemen, and that's weird. But I think it's important if you develop a sense of intuition from playing more multiplayer matches that will allow you to look at a hand like this with Phalanx, Monasticism, and Combo when you want all 3 of those technologies that I just named, but also when Spoked Wheel is in your hand and realizing with the vision that I have, oh, you know what? I really, really need chariots. Of course, we don't have any eyes on onagers yet. If we happen to spot an onager, that could be enough to make us pivot. But I doubt it. Ooh, we're building roads towards our opponent. I'm sure they'll appreciate that. Rome and Babylon are similar. And Babylon has overtaken Rome in power for the first time on turn 58. Babylon has had lower or equal to power as Rome for the entirety of the game until, well, I mean, I guess there were little moments here, but until the 50s. All right, back to Babylon. 2 turns on an Akkadian archer, rushing out an apprentice poet. Don't make the same mistake this time. If you did already do that at Durathara, I don't remember if it actually happened, but do not upgrade. Oh, we can't anyway. Wait, is that a... No, that's an acolyte. That's a master poet. Okay, yeah. And the tile buying continues. Can Rome see this yet? Nope. One more section before the Romans can see it. Oh, yeah. Oh, onager coming out. Can Rome see the onager? No. Oh, no, they can't. They can't see the onager. Master officer being rushed in a Roman city. Like to see that. 2-turn onagers coming out now. Great. Great for the Romans. Gonna need them. Onagers in these back forest tiles will make this city tricky to break into, as well as up here. Clear this forest right here. Chop this forest. Put your onagers here. And put a couple of units here for the defense, I guess. Utilize that river. Of course, these hills will allow some interesting poke into this general region. More chopping coming from Babylon. Love to see it. Now is the time. How long an onager's here? 5-turn onager. Great, great news. Yeah, so I see something that's delaying us a little bit. Hold on, I'm paying attention to it. Yep, interesting. So, Babylon spent their last order approximately 60 seconds ago. And then it took another minute to figure out 2 build queues. So this is actually, that's not a criticism for you, Wildrook. This is a tip for you. Really no reason not to end your turn once you're done with spending your orders. It's going to keep your time banked better, I think. You basically just waste a minute. And what you could do is, once your turn ends and it goes to your opponent's turn, you know, Rome has 25 orders to spend and they're going to do whatever they do. And I'm sure that's going to take them about approximately a minute, right? So that gives you your minute to solve your build queues and all that stuff on your opponent's turn, on your opponent's time. So you're not burning into your own time. Of course, the risk with that associated is if they end their turn too quickly, you could maybe run out of time to fill a build queue or check an event, but that's certainly something to help push the game along, both for you as a player, both of you as players, keeps the pace going nicely, and also for the viewers. And not that you have to play fast on our behalf, just a suggestion because it also helps, again, save that bank time. The less time you use on your turn, I think the more extension time you get. I believe that's how that works. So there's the tip for everybody for a little bit of a smoother gameplay. And now I'm going to keep an eye on Juljette and see how long it takes them to end their turn after their orders. Although they have no build queues, so maybe they end quickly. But I noticed that Babylon ran out of time on one of their turns, and I was really surprised by how that would have happened at this stage when players are getting like 3 minutes per turn. And, yeah. Once I'm done with my orders, I do a quick run around the map as a double check. Like a brief glance. And then I just end my turn and make any other decisions that I need to make. Such as build queues or whatever. On my opponent's turn. Yeah, Juljette just ended the turn because, I mean, obviously no build queues, but... Yeah, so interesting. Interesting to see. Ooh, nice. A new spear coming out. That's good, in case we have to deal with onagers. Not onagers, chariots. Also, all of the religions have been founded. Most in Babylon, so point victory on the table for Babylon now as well. Securing a majority of religions can usually help you tip the scales towards, obviously, as well as wonders, right? No one's built any wonders yet, but with all the wonders on the table and all the religions in Babylon's hand, with the exception of Judaism, that also leaves an eco-turtle potential on the table for the Babylonians. Nice. Really expanding. And this is hunter territory, by the way. So we're expanding our sentinel. We're expanding our sentinel to these hills. Let's grab an onager. Nice. The onager will be able to fire into some of this territory. Really like this tile buying creep. Really strong strategy here. Going to be difficult for Rome to deal with. And what's our territory reach here? Yeah. Can Rome see the onager yet? Rome can see this onager. Oh, and can see all of this stuff too. So now would be the signal. Now would be the opportunity. If it were me and I was still doing what I was doing, again, I would read this situation with my scouts, and I would immediately swap from phalanx to spoked wheel and realize that I have to build a metric shitload of chariots. I don't care that I would be seeing this upgraded spear over there. Okay, maybe they start pumping out spears soon, fine, whatever, but there are enough bodies in the field that are totally routable that I'll worry about the spears with my unique unit, and I want to crank out my 2-turn chariots. All right. Back on Rome. One turn on that phalanx. First onager out. There's no law on phalanx, but it does get a law option off of divine rule, yes. But the issue is that's not going to matter. She wants to get to 7 laws, right? Which makes sense. But the thing is A, we don't have enough culture output. Certainly from the champ seat. We could rush a couple from the capital, fine, whatever. If, we can get ourselves a rush economy somehow. But, nice to see more mines coming up, by the way. But, or I guess what we could do is we could build in the champions, send them back, and upgrade them in the capital. That could be another way to do it, but that's pretty pricey. But anyway, the issue with that is that it's not going to matter if Babylon comes knocking on our door in the next 15 turns and kills us. So that becomes the immediate issue for Rome, is what happens when a bunch of onagers and Akkadian archers and hunters, sentinel slingers, through tile buying, start ending up on our borders and start obliterating our units. Yes, we can start strategically retreating, and that's fine, save us some bodies. So we certainly do have options. But if we're looking to mount a reasonable defense anywhere against the army that we're seeing here as Babylon, like this is the vision of Rome right now. Rome has an entire vision of this center map. I don't know why we went all the way down here to harvest some gold, but we did, so here we are. But anyway, the Romans can see all of this, right? And what we're looking at is an army of onagers, one onager, which tells us there's onager potential in Babylon. That is a signal that they very likely have machinery. We're seeing a few Akkadian archers, we're seeing tons of slingers, and there's 1 spear and 1 chariot and 1 warrior. So that to me tells me that they're closer than I am to launch an attack, because they already have their unique units out. They already have at least 1 onager. So if that starts aggressing towards me, I need a way to handle that. And I'm sure as shit not going to handle it with a bunch of warriors, which is what I have. And I'm absolutely not going to handle it with any Hystastus as strong as they are either, because you're just going to get obliterated in this open terrain. So what we need is multi-kill potential in the form of rout, and also anti-siege potential in the form of mounted. At least that's my assessment, that's my read of the situation. Of course, it absolutely will not be the end of the world for Rome if they have to retreat from this northern city, for example, and just hand it to the Babylonians. That it certainly will not make a defeat in of itself. And even the bottom city, if Babylon comes along and takes both of these cities, that certainly doesn't mean that Rome is out of the game. But in situations like this, essentially what you always need to buy yourself, I say this a lot in different games, but what you need to buy yourself is time. Often in these games. Time to hit your 7-law power spike. Time to get more onagers out and set up to defend against your opponent onagers. Time. And a good way to buy yourself time, especially, this is what I would do, right? And bear in mind, I've done this before in games. You have the ability to generate 2 turn chariots. Every 6 turns, you'll have 3 chariots. What would I do with those 3 chariots? Let's say onagers start popping up on these hills. I don't care if I lost every single chariot. I would suicide 3 chariots just to kill 1 to 2 onagers if it prevents the mass momentum of onagers getting set up on my line, which we're already starting to see, right? And Rome, and amusingly enough, and beautifully enough, Rome is actually primed to do that exact strategy. We're making 300 food per turn. That's insane. And we could 2-turn chariots. So Rome could literally just launch an attack into Babylon every 3 to 4 turns with a few chariots and just do whatever they could to whittle down a couple of slingers or a couple of onagers. And since our output exceeds the Babylonian output, that feels like a nice exchange over time. And it also, most importantly, keeps Babylon from getting that critical mass of onager spread to start creeping against our nation and ultimately destroy us. EQC says, gather at the champ seat and defend there. That's also potentially viable. I don't know that I'm necessarily in a position where I would abandon these exterior cities yet. Oh, see? Though, this is what I like, though. Look at this. Great reaction here. And Juljette showed a lot of put a lot of forts on display last session as well. So I think this is the better play. Forts along these rivers, you're still going to have an issue with siege once they hit on these mountains, which is another reason why, not to harp on the issue, I would love to see chariot, because there's lots of open terrain for chariot to come up and move around. You'd need a lot of spears to keep onagers on these hills healthy and safe. So if you can, every 6 turns, have 3 chariots ready to throw at a strategic location like this, then your forts in these locations will actually help you out. We're seeing more tile buying down south. Yeah. I love chariots, man. I used to hate them, but I love them now. Oh, Frederick talking about how you can amass chariots very quickly on champ nations. And of course, we do have a horse in the champ seat, which is making 50 training per turn. So that's an easily a 2. I think that goes 2-1, 2-1, right? In terms of chariots, you get 2 turns. Then overflow, I think, would get you a 1-turn chariot. Thereabouts. And then back to 2 turns. So yeah, I think it would be 2-1, 2-1 for the champ seat, which is insane output for chariot. Just think about that. Imagine, so if we do 2-1, 2-1 in our champ seat, then that means in 6 turns we would have 4 chariots, not 3. 4 chariots to just hurl at an opponent. And that's just the champ seat. We have a horse in this champion city. We have a horse in this champion city. And again, from our scouting, we've only seen 1 spear in Babylon so far. A warrior means a 2nd spear. Eventually, we know as the observer, a 3rd spear will show up. But right now, we can do a lot of serious damage to a Roman military that tries to, a Babylonian military that tries to advance on us just by hurling spears across the map. And there's tons of open terrain to take advantage of to try and do that too, which would buy us more time. More time to set up onagers, because like maybe we put other cube building more long-term onagers. Or, you know, have the front cities build onagers while the champ seat, which is further back anyway, right? So you take that penalty from traveling a little bit less with the horses coming out from a further location. So you build onagers from your frontline cities, because they're already where they need to be, and then spam chariots from this champ city and just hurl them across the map, stemming the tide of onager creep. Like, even right here, this is such an interesting proposition. We could swarm in here with a few chariots, kill this 1 unit. And maybe that causes Babylon to come attack us. And so maybe that's not really a good trade, but we could also then look for opportunities if that did happen. Is Babylon putting units out in this open terrain? Do we have more chariots to make a good trade? Taking up, you know, maybe we lose 2 chariots on the next turn. But if we have more chariots nearby, can we take out an Acadian? You know, or 2 Acadians, or a slinger and an Acadian, thing like that. It's all about making trades. It's, of course, very tricky to figure out. I do not consider myself the best tactician. I think I'm better at planning a defense and attack than I am at actually executing that same attack, mostly because I seem to be abysmal at basic math. So I always mess up killing things. Yeah, even doing something cheeky like sniping a worker that's trying to buy territory could feel it worth it. Put a couple of slingers right here. Pop, pop, route. You probably won't lose too much. And the other thing that makes this enticing too, just to emphasize, is that the fact that Rome has an ungodly amount of food. 322 food per turn could sustain like one chariot per turn indefinitely for the rest of the entire game, I think. So it would be hard, even with spears, I think it would be hard for your opponent to attack into if like 40 tiles are covered with horses that can all route stuff. Of course, I'm being dramatic. Nice. We're getting spears up in Rome as well. Good to see. That'll help in an impending conflict. I'm not feeling the random miner from here because, look, we could get an onager in 4 turns. So we're basically trading... I mean, I guess we don't have the econ for it, so we really need to get our stone income up. But we're basically trading a miner for an onager, and I don't think that's worth it. We're going to have to start chopping these woods, though, if we want to sustain continued onager, spear, and hopefully someday chariot output. But I think I get the main lesson because last session, Juljette wasn't building any slingers, and they're still kind of not building any slingers. They're still very light on ranged units. Yeah, 62 turns into the game, and they have 3 ranged units in their empire. 1 onager, 2 slingers. And I'm sorry, but against a head-to-head matchup with Babylon in relatively open terrain, you're going to lose that fight. I don't care if you have spears. I don't honestly care if you have Hestasis. You're going to lose that fight. There's too much splash. There's too much order efficiency with the range units. And there's too much order. There's too much tile inefficiency on the melee side. Trying to gum around and kill too many, get all the tiles occupied you need to kill a unit. So I think the main lesson that Juljette should focus on tactically or strategically, I guess, both, is a more diversified unit comp. This is a second game where we've seen nothing but warrior spam. Upgrading the spear is fine, and then also so light on range units. Which is another reason why chariots are good, because even if, since there's so few spears here, even if you start running out of tile room, as long as you secure a kill with a chariot, at least you route so you can start hitting other stuff. Oh, that's a fun skill to learn. EQC, yeah. Being able to roll every turn with a scholar is a real neat trick, and yeah, it's not immediately obvious. In fact, props to Frederick. Frederick is the one who taught me that. Not personally, but again, just from Frederick being Frederick and dropping knowledge bombs randomly in the days of Discord. But I also, at one point, did not realize that the scholar could re-roll the deck every single turn. And yeah, that really increases your tempo in terms of trying to get to where you need to go in the tech tree. Very, very powerful trick to learn for scholars. Right, back to Babylon. I want to check out order economy now. Still in favor of Rome, so that's good news too, because orders can win wars. But you still need... See, that's what sucks, is like... Yeah, Rome just needs ranged units, man. Or route. Yeah, you have to think in terms of kill potential, right? That's one thing. As we go through the tech tree and we get stronger and stronger units, siege weapons, onagers, longbows, the different horse units. What are we really doing? What we're really doing, even when things like panic, right? Elephants bringing panic into the game. The fact that axes have cleave and warriors don't. What are we really doing? What we're doing is we're increasing our kill potential. Cleave being able to kill a zealot without having to worry about wasting an entire full attack on it. Or anything that's down to 1 or 2 health, right? That's kill potential. Splash damage. weakening everything. Route damage, being able to kill multiple units in a row with just one unit. Also ignoring tile restrictions as you route through different units clumped up together. All of this is increasing the kill potential and all like the profile of different ways you can kill units. Not even just raw damage. It's not about going from 4 strength to 5 strength to 6 strength to 8 strength. That's part of it, yes. But the other part is increasing your ability to kill more and more things as you advance through the tech tree. And the main way that you're going to do that, though, is by diversifying the units in your army. If you hit a really nice timing, a nice timed attack for 6 strength or 8 strength units, then yeah, sure. You can just build a bunch of, Sumerian archers and go kill stuff. That can work. But even against a well-diversified composition, 8 strength units can falter a little bit. As long as your opponent at least has some 6 strengths out. Especially when it comes to huge discrepancies. We talk about how it sucks to defend or attack into onagers if you don't have your own onagers. Same thing with route. If one player has route and the other player doesn't have route, that can end up becoming a massive advantage for the player with route. Because, again, it's about kill potential. How can you just get one turn where you get 6 kills? That's enough to swing the battle. Or a battle, anyway. So it looks like this is the final turn. Alright, so we're going to... Yes, this is the final turn. Babylon is going to finish their turn. And then we shall save the game. And reschedule for another day. Very nice session. 63 turns. Tile buying. I think this... I mean, this could go one of two ways, obviously. It could conclude next turn. Next session. Or it could get into a more entrenched stalemate if Rome can hold Babylon off. But I'm not feeling too confident that that's going to happen, to be honest. So it's looking really, really good for Babylon. Really liking this tile buying here. Nice chop, chop, force march. Chop, chop, force march by. Chop, chop, force march by. Is that what we're doing? I think it's worth it. That's a hell of a turn. Collapse this border. Nope. Okay, or not. Another onager. Let's take a look at the power graph. All right, so this is the final turn, so let's look at orders, power graph, all that fun stuff. Orders looking good for Rome, as we talked about previously. And look at this power spike, man. We're just cruising on up. Cruising on up. And even stuff like this. Like, Rome could punish this type of stuff if there were just a bunch of chariots right now. Could come up here, kill this onager pretty easily with a couple of chariots. Kill these guys a little easy with a couple of chariots. And, okay, maybe some stuff comes down here and picks a fight with you. Maybe you lose 2 chariots. But even still, a worker, a slinger, and an onager, in my mind, I would pay 2 or 3 chariots for that. Why not? Especially because I'm killing onager tempo. Every onager I get off the map is an onager that's not unlimbered somewhere later, sieging one of my cities, being impossible for me to take care of. All right, good game, everybody. I'm going to do one quick recap of things like science, and then we'll call it a day. Science is, yeah, massive tempo here for Babylon. Babylon has over 1,200 in the tech tree, and they're 131 per turn. So I feel like the window for Rome is shut, and this is most likely a matter of time for Babylon to push this through to a win. A bit unfortunate, but some games end up that way. I think Juljette had some opportunities. Really think if we went for an early spoked wheel in general, not even for the defense of this situation, an early spoked wheel in general, and just started lobbing chariots across the map, we could have potentially overwhelmed Babylon much earlier before they could get a strong foothold. You really don't want to, in my opinion, I think you generally really don't want to let a Babylon just chill on their side of the map and develop, because it can become a real big issue to deal with long term. But yeah, so I'm going to end the stream here. Thank you guys so much for joining. There was over 20 of you in the chat for most of this. And lots of fun, good discussion, and great questions asked. Hope you guys had some fun. I know it was a quiet game. Some tension early on, but even the quiet games, in my opinion, are fun to watch, and you can learn plenty of stuff from them. So, as always, I'm Scientific. This has been the Old World Community Tournament. Take care.